Okie dokie. Gosh, when was the last time I've done a reaction on YouTube? Guys, I don't know if anything's changed much on YouTube, but if things black out, oops. That's all I gotta say. Oops. But I remember doing it and it was fine. It was just when I was trying to watch like anime clips. But who knows? We'll see. We will see. So I'm just kind of experimenting to find out. If it doesn't work out, just gravitate to Twitch if you want, of course. I know a lot of people are just like, ew, Twitch, and I don't blame you. I'm sure a good number of you have heard about the ad cut Twitch is doing. Kind of messed up. So yeah. I have a feeling some people are gonna try streaming on YouTube again. Cause, if a good portion of their money making's from ads, then, they be in trouble with the, 80% cut. Some people are making, like, by the thousands, and then they're, like, seeing they're only getting, like, $50 instead. I'm just like, damn, that's a cut. Ooh. I'm super curious how long that's gonna last. What was I doing? Ah, yes, in case anyone wants to do tippy whippies. This should work over on YouTube. You too can get your slime-kun yapping. Okay. I think that's it. I think the only thing I need to do is make sure people don't waste their channel points. Ah. Sorry, it's just I really like this model. I'm sorry, it's just like having a shiny new toy. I can't say that enough, man. Okay. Almost done. Pause, pause, pause. Oh, it's already unpaused. Oh, unpause. TTS can be used. You guys are free to use TTS. Yap away, Twitch. There we go, I unpaused it. If you choose, so.
Monkey.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, so I apologize for Monday and Tuesday not streaming, even though they're technically not supposed to be my stream days. It's supposed to be my work days, but I didn't even do that. I am like really behind on videos to upload. Oops.
I saved 5 ducklings earlier this evening.
Really? Were they like waddling across the road? That's super cute. Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Good evening, Miss Dipper.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Ah, it's good to be streaming again. Thank you for your patience and bearing with me. Yeah, I think I was just burnt out. I slept a lot. I wasn't feeling good. You know how I was like belching a lot more than usual? Yeah, I had to take some Pepsid, man. I don't know what I ate. I'm wondering if it's the tomato slices. It was like super acidic, and I was just trying to think it would be fine over time, but no, it was keeping me up at night. So I finally took some medicine for it today, and stomach's a little bit more calm now.
He saved the ducklings for later.
So yeah, hopefully I can get some rest this time, and can get back into it. So hey, curry week. Yes. News. Saturday, I don't think I'll be streaming. Maybe I'll try to shoot for 9 p.m.
This
ES time.
meeting is in session. Who will the first sacrifice be?
There is no sacrifice.
Across my yard with the mother nowhere in sight.
I
brought
sub.
them to my garage and gave them a blanket and water. The mother came eventually, thankfully.
Aww.
I volunteer as tribute.
Adorbs. This isn't Cult of the Lambs, unless you want it to be.
Still on.
Do you guys want to hop in for Cult of the Lambs? I never finished that game. I think I'm like halfway through, and then I was like, I don't think people are interested anymore, so I like just kind of like chop the block. It went on the chopping block. Is Persona 3 Reload Friday still on? Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna see if I can cook some Persona curry earlier in the day, for lunch. So that's what I'm gonna try to shoot for, because I am behind on videos again. Oops, I'm sorry.
No snacking before bedtime. It would be better to eat proper meal for streaming. Of course, we're not Cult of the Lamb. We're the Cult of the Dipper.
If only I could mod the lamb to a pup. That would be pretty awesome.
Lunchtime cooking stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. It's gonna take a little longer than I thought to edit the dino nuggies. So instead of making you guys wait, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the cooking stream for curry this Friday. Yeah, I'll try to work on the thumbnails tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. When I feel like I'm done, I'm done. I don't do anything. Monday and Tuesday was potato days. Oh my god, I'm trying to give myself 2 days off? What? I finally tasted Gamer Sub Fart. I think it's made by the Russian Badger. It's not bad.
So tomatoes make you gassy?
It's more like acidic. So my stomach was just very acidic. So I was very uncomfortable when I was trying to lay down. But yeah, subbies. Hi. Oh, so good news. There will be another Ande and Lele video short tomorrow for those of you who are not in the mood to watch a full-on playthrough but just want to have snippets. So there will be more. I'm hopping back on the train for that. So there'll be one tomorrow. And I'll work on more for the next couple of days. Yeah. The guacamole gamer fart. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Woo 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 woo.
Woo. It's so cute.
Time off is needed sometimes. I had a headache yesterday that put me out for most of the day yesterday. Rest when you need it.
Yeah, I tried to listen to that. I was just like, I don't want to give you guys my 20%. Well, maybe sometimes. It would be kind of funny. I'm gonna be like kind of extra loopy in a tired way because I feel like I act more drunk when I'm tired. But it's also dangerous too. Because who knows what's gonna slip out of my mouth. Dipper has gastritis. I easily get upset tummies, so I usually try to watch what I eat. But I decided to eat like 3 days in a row the flatbread Chipotle sandwich from Tropic Cafe, and I don't think my tummy was
Loopy Dipper
happy.
sounds fun.
Loopy Dipper, Loopy Dipper, Loopy Dipper, Loopy Dipper. Slowly get my eyes to going in 2 different directions. Alright. Wow, late night stream. I hope you guys are okay with 9 p.m. I know I normally do 8 p.m. streams, but
Last time I cooked something, the federal government came to my door. PS I legally still can't be within 50 meters of an open flame. Nina we fart nekoella dent nekoella tail.
Slow vet. Hey Dipper, found you through YouTube and had to catch you on Twitch. Love the content. Oh, and must say the laugh is super cute. Well, thank you. I'm so glad to hear it. I'm so glad to hear it. I can't wait for the next sub goals, guys. I'm already making a list. Uwu came back, so hopefully Uwu Market will get the things going. But I am super picky about art styles, so I'm sorry. You might have my art again. I know I said I was gonna maybe hire a professional, but I get super iffy if I start asking for a lot. I did reach out to another artist, and I'm waiting for them to get back to me because I really like their style. So I want to give you the best that I can give you, and
I would prefer your art.
Don't worry, it'll come back at some point. The Ubu market is going through the roof. Wait, what do you mean by that? Going through the roof? Like in a bad way? Or do you mean like it's successfully going through the roof, like in that way? Hey there, Dipper, been lurking on YouTube. Oh, so for a while back, I'm finally in a live chat. Hi, welcome. I'm glad I was able to make time for I guess a just chatting stream rather than a gaming stream on YouTube. I know it's been so long because I wasn't sure. But yeah, I'm just gonna test to see if YouTube's gonna black out during the live stream. We shall see. Gotta test the waters and find out for science. But yeah, I'm hoping to upload tomorrow one of the Twitch streams that we had last week. About whether you're able to taste food through your nuts. Yeah, it's a real thing. Going to see if it's a busted myth or not. So I'm excited for that. So yeah, I'm shooting for that to be uploaded tomorrow or Friday at least.
If you're going to go through with the mousepad idea, you might want to substitute the booba mousepad for a butt mousepad for lore accurate Dipper. Greater than 3.
Do you guys want booty mousepad? I guess I can look around to see how. The F did I walk into? Just casual Dipper chatting stream. I'm just giving people time to... Ooh, in one more minute. I'm just giving people time to get the notification to hop in before I start watching Undertale lore stuff. Hey, my Undertale fans. So yeah, in case no one hasn't seen my posts.
Oh, great and powerful YouTube, please work for Dipperdog _RPG. We need the content for funsies.
What was I gonna say? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Through the roof is a good thing, like most of the time. Okay, just go to it. I was wondering, like, if it's changed over time. Some words you never know. You never know. What was I thinking about? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. That's a typical Dipper move. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, so in case you've missed it on the YouTube post section, I've decided to go ahead and wait to play Deltarune on release date.
YouTube posts.
Yes, thank you. On release date, just to make sure I don't miss anything, like if there's been something new added to chapter 1 and 2. And also just in case chapter 1 and 2 does not transfer. So last thing I want to do is replay chapter 1 and 2 again. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the release date and play it then. And then also, because I'm gonna wait until Deltarune release date to play it, and we're gonna go hard, buddy. I've decided to play Undertale Yellow, the prequel to Undertale, Sunday. And I went to look to see how long that game usually lasts for, because apparently it's not fully out yet. It's just a demo. And it's about 4 to 6 hours, I read. So I'm probably gonna go and start the stream. I'm guesstimating, let's shoot for 3 or 4 p.m. I'll set up a thumbnail. So I just want to let you know, because sometimes some people don't check the live stream schedule. You silly gooses. Ooh, mommy. Yes, Oss is always better. Really? Alright, I guess I can get you a booty mouse pad. Actually, I'll just put it on the poll. I'm super curious. Let me just make a poll. Booba or butt mouse pad? Here we go. The poll knows. Okay, going on YouTube post. And making a poll. Which mouse pad do you prefer? Booba. Booty. You know, just to be clear, or butt. Oops. There you go. And post. Okay, so go ahead and do your vote over there in the post section if you are interested in getting Dipper merch. And, you know, guide me through if you want to have booba mousepad or butt mousepad. It's what you guys like, and I will try to meet those demands. Whoa. Oh, also good news. I finally took my blood test today. So, yeah, we can not this Saturday, since I kind of got, I don't want to say screwed over, but I have to go to a family event, a wedding shower. And it starts at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Who does a wedding shower that late in the day? So it's a 4 p.m. middle of the day thing.
If you vote for Booba Mousepad, you're basically voting for a regular mousepad, unless she's holding 2 slime coons. XD.
That's messed up. You do know I can make art adjustments and make the boob bigger. What the hell? Undertale Yellow is fully out, not just a demo anymore. Are you sure? I wonder if I went to the right place. I could have sworn I read it as fully as a demo. Okay, well I could be really wrong. I could be really wrong. My bad. It may be 9 p.m. for you, but it's 2:30 in the morning for me. Oh, wow. Yes, I'm insane. No, you're fine. I keep sleeping around 3 or 4 a.m. You're not insane, okay? You're just a night owl, and I welcome night owls here. All right, well, in that case, it's already... I went 5 minutes over. Let's go ahead and, like, start checking out, like, the Undertale lore. Gaster. Some of you guys were just like, oh no, don't watch the The MatPat one. So I did go and find other Undertale lore. So we can do that one first, and we can do the other one later. I'm fine with that. Undertale. Okay. Like, there's an Undertale timeline. We could do that one first. And that was 5 years ago. Not too bad. And then there's this one called How Deep Does It Go for Undertale? The Undertale Iceberg Explained. Oh! Jeez, it's an hour long. Let's go ahead and knock that one out. Wow! That one's 4 years ago. It's a deep dive. You know what? More research was put into it. Let's go do that one. The Undertale Iceberg Explained. Easy. I'll just change my thumbnail later if we only get through this today. Welcome to a typical Dipper stream. You guys are so quiet. Let's see.
Woof, 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 woof.
Woof. Alright, I just need to rearrange myself and a couple of Windows stuff around. Okay.
Don't worry, Dipper, your boob are amazing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
What if I tell myself they're not amazing?
It's because we're discussing time zones, sorry.
All good. Okay. Alright, again, if things black out on YouTube, please let me know. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Pause cross, guys. I'm so nervous. God, I'm so nervous.
You should also put what the internet did to Undertale on the list of videos to watch. @TireTech_ thank you for the 100 gifted subs over on Twitch.
What about Booba? Oh, there's gonna be a Booba short uploaded soon.
Bro just gifted 100 subs.
Wait, what? What? Are you?
Dipper 100 subs on Twitch.
Holy shit show! Damn! Tire Tech, thank you so much for the 100 gifted!
Now she's having a seizure.
A shock!
Twitch loves you. Monkey mode on.
Wow! You fuck ads when you got a wonderful community. Fuck Twitch ads.
Dog is squealing in happiness.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck, I need to stop, like, I need to drink more gamer subs and start putting the pedal to the metal and getting you, I need to upload at least some rando free art on Ko-fi for you guys to enjoy. As my thank you. I have a lot of things to say thank you for. I'm just so sorry I haven't been able to give you, like, free art in a while. please bear with me. I am trying to keep tabs of all the great. I'm definitely trying to keep tabs of it to see how I can pay you all back. And I feel like the best I can do is art stuff outside of streaming. Oh my god. Again, Dire Tech, thank you so much, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Much love. Woof.
You pay us back just by being here and being you.
Not
We
enough.
Don't ask for anything more.
Not
A
enough.
fun multiplayer game.
Oh, there's that marbles thing. There's probably some IO game that we could probably play too. I need to get on it.
Finally, no having to watch Taco Bell ads when trying to watch Dipper.
What happened? Y'all, season 7 Amazing World of Gumball trailer dropped? Really? I wonder if we're gonna get in trouble to see the trailer. I don't think I will.
You're good, Dip. We give freely because we enjoy you and your content.
I kind of want to see it.
We don't need anything more.
Hold on. Let's see that. I want to see it. Getting Dipper distracted. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Gumball. Trailer season 7. I have so much catching up to do with this whole Gumball thing. Ah, you said just dropped. It was about a week ago. That's still not bad. Okay, let's see. Okay, put that there. Okay. And then I get in trouble with the Cartoon Network. When did Gumball end before they started to do a season 7? Because I think that's what this is. They haven't done anything for a while. And collected dust. Oh. You know what? Same attitude. Same attitude. Whenever I wake up late for school and I realize I was like an hour sleeping in, I'm just like, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm super late, so I'll just take my time getting to school. Whatever at that point. That was a good trailer. That was a good trailer. Funny. Okay, back to what we were initially trying to watch. Okay, the playback speed is normal. Okay, just double checking on that because I remember I sped it up for the man versus woman survival show. There you go. In the happy corner. Let us begin! Everybody, thank you so much for joining in today's stream. We're going to be checking out the Undertale Iceberg Explained, a deep dive.
If you don't do full screen mode, I see many YouTube React videos with them having the window not filling their entire screen, as it might help avoid blackouts. Food for thought.
I mean, we'll find out. If YouTube blacks out, they're going to come back in 5 minutes. We'll just wait for your brother. Just wait for your brother to come back, Twitch. Undertale.
That name has stuck out amongst the gaming community for many years now.
Our brother is stupid.
It was a viral success when it first released in 2015, garnering a massive fan base and becoming a phenomenon. It's easily one of the most popular indie games ever made. Personally, I think Undertale is one of my favorite games of all time. It came out at the perfect time for
We're
me,
always
being a young,
waiting on
dumb
the short
teenager
bus
and
to
all,
show up.
and it honestly got me through some hard times. The same can probably be said for a lot of people, as the game just has a very feel-good atmosphere surrounding it. Die-hard fans of Undertale know a lot about the game and its secrets, like me.
You YouTube
However,
be a better
there's
brother.
much more to this one simple game than you would think. My name is Chatter, and this is the Undertale Iceberg.
Undertale Iceberg! It's kind of cool that people are still breaking down Undertale after all these years.
Now, before I get into this video, I have to clarify that this isn't the first time a video about this topic has been made before.
Oh.
But I feel this particular iceberg has so much more unique information that I feel like this video's existence is warranted. And as we go on, I'll give credit to certain videos or channels that help me discover more information about particular subjects in the iceberg. Look in the description to see everyone I've credited.
Woo!
This particular iceberg was found on the Iceberg Charts
This
subreddit and was
YouTuber
made
made
by
a
the user
follow-up video to this video
Great
that's
iceberg
over
fan.
2 hours, and then another follow-up video to that's around 20 minutes long.
Mmm. Cheese seatbelt. That's cute.
Now let's not waste any more time. Let's dive into this. Toby Fox. Toby Fox is the creator of Undertale. He coded, sprited, composed, and wrote for most of the game, and has contributed to other projects before and after Undertale's release, including Pokemon Sword and Shield. Tammy Chang.
Wait, what?
Tammy Chang was the
Sword and Shield? Did he really?
of the game, and has contributed to other projects before and after Undertale's release, including Pokemon Sword and Shield.
That's so cool.
Tammy Chang was the co-creator for Undertale, and she helped design a lot of characters and animated some of the game. A species in the game is based on her, Tammy. Earthbound inspiration. It's quite obvious that Undertale is inspired by Earthbound in multiple ways, from its dialogue to some of its visual style.
I need to play. I need to play. I need to play Earthbound one of these days. I want that to be one of my retro game night streams. Are you guys interested in that?
There are also references to it littered throughout the game. Sans Mii costume. In Banjo-Kazooie's Smash Ultimate gameplay presentation, Sans was revealed as a costume for the Mii Gunner character, which absolutely broke the internet. Alongside this, a remix for Megalovania was included, composed by Toby Fox himself.
Stop what
That's
you're
a
doing
fucking
and play
banger.
Earthbound right now.
Alternate
Add it
universes.
to the eternal list.
Undertale's fandom is known
Toby
for creating
wrote music
multiple
for
alternate
both Sword and
universes,
Shield
or
and
AU.
Scarlet and Violet. Also, can you turn up the volume?
Yeah, I can turn it up a bit more. Toby wrote the music for both Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet. Nice. He's a very talented musician. After Earthbound, you have to play Mother 3. It depends on how strong my desire is to stream these games or how successful you guys are interested in. That usually makes me
They have
motivated.
both Mother 1 and Earthbound on the Swith Online collection.
Cool. So, yeah, either it's gonna be one or the other. Sounds is a true MC. Would be kind of cool to play as Sans.
There's a funny Undertale video that's called Undertale If It's Realistic.
Could probably check that out afterwards. This is a very lengthy video though, so we got a lot to cover.
The AUs themselves can switch up the game's plot, characters, gameplay, etc. Some of these AUs have even been made in the games, but most are incomplete. I'd say the reason why AUs are so prevalent in the game's fandom is due to the fact the game itself is about timelines and different paths. This leads me up to Underswap. Underswap is an AU that swaps the roles of characters in the game to have different personalities, with Sans acting more like Papyrus and vice versa. This is easily the most popular AU, and has generated tons of fan art and fan content. Fanbase. Undertale is known for having a massive young fan base. And with massive young fan bases come
And guess what? Those fans are now 10 years older than They're 10 years old. They're 10 years older. Or almost there. Since Undertale was released. Goddamn.
Controversy and people looking upon the whole fandom in a negative light.
There is
This
a lore video
negative
for
stigma.
all three. Mother 1, Earthbound, and Mother 3. It is worth watching after playing Earthbound.
Okay. Underswap. That's an actual game? Is it a fan game? I was kind of like semi-paying attention, my bad. I really like Coffin and the Coffin of Endian lately. I really like how it's written. It makes people uncomfy, but again, it's a horror game, and horror games are supposed to make you uncomfortable.
Stigma has died down over the past couple years, thankfully. Cringe culture's dead, bitch. Deltarune. Deltarune is an Undertale spin-off created by Toby Fox. The game follows a new cast of characters, but seemingly takes place in a different world than Undertale. So far, only a demo featuring Chapter 1 has come out. This spin-off will be brought up time and time again within the iceberg. Sans is Ness.
What?
In 2016, YouTuber Matt Pat released a game theory video about Undertale, trying to explain that the character Sans is a deceased version of Ness. The theory is very reaching and makes little to no sense within the context of the game. This video got a lot of attention when it first came out, but quickly spiraled into meme status for its absurdity. Don't even get me started on I gifted the Pope Undertale. WD Gaster. Oh boy.
That one.
Gaster is a hidden character within Undertale, who can only really be seen through hacking the game or getting incredibly lucky. While we do know what
Get incredibly lucky? Like, what? It's like a 10% chance of running into Gaster randomly on your adventure? Is that what you mean? What happens when you meet Gaster? What does he say? I guess we'll look into more of it later. Even lower? Around 3%. Wow.
happened to him, the details have been left very vague as to who he is and what he was doing before his
chance
death.
to encounter him per playthrough.
God damn.
Seen through hacking the game or getting incredibly lucky. While we do know what happened to him, the details have been left very vague as to who he is and what he was doing before his death. The most we know about him that we can definitively say is that he was the royal scientist before Alphys, and he created the core. One day, I quote, his experiments went wrong, he fell into his creation, and shattered throughout time and space. And that's it, really. This character is purely a mystery, and will be mentioned throughout the rest of the iceberg for a very good reason. Including the next entry, Gaster followers. The Gaster followers, much like Gaster himself, are hidden characters within Undertale. Their appearances are dull and gray, and the characters briefly mention Gaster's backstory before disappearing. Not much is known about these followers other than their living counterparts, one of them being from Deltarune. Entry number 17. There is an inaccessible room within Undertale named Room 264, which displays text in the Wingdings font, which is linked to Gaster. I'll read it for you now. Entry number 17. Dark, darker, yet darker. The darkness keeps growing. The shadows cutting deeper. Photon readings negative. This next experiment seems very, very interesting. What do you two think? After the text disappears, the game closes. It's interesting to note that the True Lab had 16 entries that you could read, and this is possibly the 17th, but I'll discuss that later. And
wait, the True Lab? The one that's in the basement? Did I miss that room?
speaking of, this entry is very important to know of for topics later on, so keep this in mind. Sans' lab. After you get into Sans' room, you can obtain a silver key, which opens a door behind.
You can get into Sans' room? How?
Behind Sans at Papyrus's house. The room has a covered-up machine in the corner, blueprints with unreadable symbols, a drawer with a badge, and another drawer which piques the most interest. The drawer originally contained an image of Sans and, quote, other people you don't recognize, unquote. However, in the version 1.001 patch, you can find another photo, which is described as 3 people smiling.
The entry 17 room is an inaccessible room. There were 17 entries, but only 16 that you actually need in the true lab. That's the alleged 17. It's inaccessible. You can only do it through, like, coding. Kind of like with FNAF to get hints. Going in through the, like, the files. Was it... I want to say, was it deliberate? But then if you're able to meet up with him 1,000 times, I wonder, what was Toby thinking? I'm so curious. I wonder if Toby has said anything about it at all. The true laboratory is an area in the true Pacifist. It's the one underground, right? The one with the amalgamation?
Smiling and the words, don't forget. This has been linked to Deltarune as Don't Forget is the title of the song in the credits, and the 3 people could potentially be Chris, Susie, and Rauzai.
What?
Genocide differences. The genocide route is easily the most different route in Undertale, as the game story shifts dramatically due to your actions. There are almost too many differences to name, but the most prominent include the new songs and the new boss fights against Undyne the Undying and Sans. ABC_123_A.OGG. Due to its namesake, this is one of the first files you'll see when decompiling the game. I'll play it for you now.
Hello, have some respect and don't spoil the game.
It's impossible to have mysteries nowadays.
Because of nosy people like you.
Please keep all of this between us.
If you post it online, I won't make any more secrets. No one will be impressed. It will be your fault.
In version 1.001,
What?
this audio was simply changed to be laughing. Probably because everyone knows the nooks and crannies of this game by now. Legendary artifact. In Waterfall, there's a room with a piano. By playing the first few notes to memory, a hidden doorway opens up. Entering this doorway reveals a room with a red artifact.
It's the dog poop,
Attempting to
isn't
pick
it?
up this artifact has the game state, you're carrying too many dogs. The annoying dog appears in your inventory, and if you try to drop it, the annoying dog will absorb the artifact and leave the player's inventory full of dog residue. Interacting with the empty place the artifact once was will read, the artifact is gone. A funny tidbit is that if the player tries to remove the annoying dog from their inventory through hacking, and then tries to interact with the artifact, the game will tell you, this will never happen. You're a cunt, Toby. Motifs. Undertale is known for utilizing motifs, or a repeating theme in a composition, throughout most of its soundtrack. Multiple videos have been made that link seemingly unrelated songs together by reuse motifs. This has led to people to joke that Toby Fox only wrote a small amount of songs, and then the majority of the soundtrack is simply...
The true laboratory is in an area in true Pacifist. Yeah, but it sounds like you can't unlock it. Like, it just sounds like a... Can you actually unlock it? It sounds like you can only get through it by looking at files. Where is it exactly? And then they say you're able to get into Sans' room. So curious about that.
reusing those songs. In a secret area in Waterfall, there's a bench, and checking the bench reveals that a quiche is hidden underneath it. The item is named Abandoned Quiche. It heals 34 HP. In a now-deleted tweet, Toby said he originally implemented a feature that would allow you to skip parts of the game with this quiche.
What?
Kickstarter. On June 24th, 2013, a Kickstarter...
When? On 2015. Oh.
Kickstarter. On June 24th, 2013, a Kickstarter for Undertale was initiated. Like all other Kickstarters, multiple donation tiers had prizes, which was all explained in a video featuring Sans and Papyrus, which includes some unique poses for the two not found within the final game. Those who donated over $100 got to include a fan character of the backers' choosing into the game, one of them being Muffet. The $1,000 tier stated that the backers' fan troll would become canon to Undertale. This was intended as a joke tier, but someone actually donated to it. We'll get back to that in a bit. The original goal was $5,000, but it was blasted out the water and got funded $51,125, reaching all of its intended stretch goals. So...
She already knows about the True Lab? So what is the one in the basement in Alphys's lab? Okay, just... You guys are making me think it was some other True Lab out there.
So sorry. By walking over magical glass on the second floor of Hotland, you can encounter a hidden room.
What?
In the room is a sign...
This is real? Really?
So sorry. By walking over magical glass on the second floor of Hotland, you can encounter a hidden room. In the room is a sign that says Art Club. Meet here. Next meeting October 10th, 8 p.m. If the player's clock is set to this time, reading the sign triggers So Sorry to appear, initiating a unique boss fight.
Why didn't you tell me about this, guys? Did you not know either? Oh, that's so cool.
What's interesting about So Sorry is that he was a fan character added within the game thanks to the Kickstarter. Remember that fan troll? Yeah, this was him. Instead of a fan troll, this is a persona. Tread lightly when researching him, as this character was originally intended as a fat fetish character. Yeah, this character was put under controversy for this fact alone, but if you don't actively look for it, So Sorry basically has no connection to the original furry OC he's based on, and isn't really fetishized in any way. 5th Anniversary Concert. For Undertale's 5th anniversary, a digital recording of a concert by Music Engine was streamed to YouTube. The concert performed the entirety of Undertale's soundtrack, and it's a really good listen. It honestly made me really nostalgic and emotional. The fact this even happened at all is dope as hell.
Yeah, I get what he means. I get what he means. I've been to, I think, 4 or 5 video game concerts, and just like some music played in the orchestra got me a little teary-eyed, man. It hit the feels. For those of you who are new, and I'm so sorry to repeat this for those of you who are usually here all the time, I went to a Nintendo orchestra, and I had the honors of listening to the Zelda what was it called? Like a Song of Storm. While they were playing the Song of Storm, it rained after they literally finished playing it. Like, it was like such a low chance and timing of that happening. It felt so magical. It was so cool. It was so cool for them to play the Song of Storm, and it just started raining afterwards. Everyone was just like gasping. Even the people were just like gasping, and they're just like, wow, I knew we played good, but I didn't know we were at that level. And everyone cheered.
And that's the first layer. Most of this information you probably already knew about, but that was only a warm-up. This is only the tip of the iceberg.
Really?
Let's dive underneath the surface, shall we?
Ooh.
Hard mode. By naming yourself Frisk at the start of the game tells you, warning, this name will make your life hell. Proceed anyway? By proceeding, you begin hard mode, which includes harder versions of enemies and gives you less useful items, like a snail pie, which heals less than the butterscotch pie. Unfortunately, the game only progresses to the end of the ruins, where Toriel's fight is interrupted by the annoying dog. The game then proudly states, hard mode. Coming. Maybe. Don't count on it. This has led most to believe that hard mode won't happen. This is held true so far, as no updates to hard mode have come out at all. Chara is the narrator.
Oh.
A lot of evidence within the game suggests that Chara is the one that narrates Undertale. A lot of the narrator's flavor text is written like a character reacting to the events that are unfolding in front of you. The narrator also has their flavor text changed within Genocide, such as the famous line, despite everything, it's just you, turning into, it's me, Chara. There's a great Tumblr post that has piles of evidence to back this up, to the point I'd say it's a fact. Link in the description.
That's cool.
Within Sans' fight, Sans explains to you that a certain anomaly is creating timelines left and right, and they're starting and stopping suddenly. He then goes on to say, that's your fault, isn't it? Quite obviously, the anomaly is referring to the player, as Frisk is the one controlled by the player, and the player is the one who starts and stops multiple timelines, or new playthroughs. Fun values. Before the game starts, a random number between 1 and 100 is chosen, referred to as a fun value. Depending on your fun value, certain events can happen, like the wrong number song event. The most important of these events, though, are the ones involving Gaster and his followers, with fun value 66 triggering Gaster's room, or the Mystery Man room. Goner Kid. Goner Kid is a character found in Waterfall if you have a fun value of 90 or above. They have many key differences that make people question if Goner Kid is even related to Gaster. The most important difference of these being, Goner Kid doesn't mention Gaster at all. Goner Kid's dialogue proceeds as follows. Have you ever thought about a world where everything is exactly the same, except you don't exist? Everything functions perfectly without you. Ha, ha. The thought terrifies me. People are unsure who this character is, but a possible explanation is that this is a sibling of Monster Kid who fell into the core and got erased from existence, explaining their dialogue.
Oh!
Waiting for Toriel. After Toriel gives you a cell phone, she asks you to wait for her as she does errands. Most players start moving immediately after and go explore, but if you actually stay in that room for 5 minutes, you get a call from Toriel telling you to keep waiting. Afterwards, if you wait up to 35 minutes, you get constant phone calls from Toriel. She gets her phone stolen by the annoying dog, and if you leave the room, she explains what happened to her phone to you, unlike the usual dialogue you get. The minor touches in this game just astound me.
Wow!
Origin of Megalovania. Before Undertale, Toby Fox, as an angsty teenager, created the Halloween Earthbound hack in 2009, which had Dr. Andonuts as the final boss. Megalovania debuted as Andonuts' theme, and later it was remixed in Homestuck in a fight sequence named S-Wake, and later released in Homestuck's 6th album, Air Transparent, in 2011. The song later was rearranged again in Undertale, where it's famously used in Sans'.
You should have waited for her? Not many games usually have like that time sequence to be added into gameplay. Just like, hey, you need to stay here and something will happen. Not many games do that. It's really neat how Toby made this game feel so alive. It's amazing. I think like that's the most important part about making a game, making it feel so immersive for the player.
Boss fight. Doge. There is no meme. Take off your clothes.
What?
No, not that fucking Doge. Doge is a cut enemy that was another bipedal dog character that wields a spear. Her attacks were identical to lesser dogs, but her sparry method was a little different. Toby states in the Undertale art book that she was cut for being too detailed compared to the other enemies. Royal Guard 3 and Royal Guard 4. Royal Guard 3 and Royal Guard 4 are a pair of cut enemies that are similar to Royal Guard 1 and 2, and follow a similar battle. It's likely this fight was cut as it was too similar to Royal Guard 1 and Royal Guard 2, and would have just been seen as repetitive.
True.
Glide. Glide is a boss hidden in Snowden. Like So Sorry, it was a character that was implemented due to a Kickstarter backer. In order to encounter it, you must enter the mysterious door, and in the room it leads to, move for 2 minutes straight. Not much to really say about it.
That's it?
Toby beat Sakurai in Smash. In the same video presentation where the Sans costume was revealed, Sakurai stated that Toby Fox arrived at his house and challenged him to Smash, and that if Toby won, he would be able to include whoever he wanted as a Mii costume. Which is the most unbelievable story I've ever heard, but I believe it 100%. For real though, imagine fighting Sakurai and literally beating him at his own game.
That'd be way too
Don't
cool.
rip Sprite's message. In the game's files, there's a message amongst some sprite sheets that says, please
Dipper, I like your videos. You're funny. Aww, and your laugh is infectious. Aww. Thanks for coming here and supporting the live stream, my dude. Hope everyone's having a good time with this Undertale Iceberg Bridge.
Please don't upload these huge sprite sheets online. Just cause most weird things here are used, I'd rather them be seen in context first. Wait like a year first. If you're just ripping normally seen sprites for Spriter's resource or something, I don't care if you use these to make it easier though. Snowball Golf and Human Souls Connection. There's an optional minigame in Snowden where you can push a ball into a hole. Depending on how you play, a certain colored flag appears from the hole and tells you how you played. If you get the ball into the hole in 6 seconds on your first try, the flag will state this: bravery, justice, integrity, kindness, perseverance, patience.
Wait, isn't that the heart colors?
Justice.
That's supposed to be the cowboy. Justice, maybe.
Integrity, kindness, perseverance, patience. Using these, you were able to win at ball game. The colors for each of the adjectives are the same as the 6 human souls, so this has led people to speculate that these colors refer to the personalities of each of the human souls. Sans Patrick Connection. It was discovered in 2019 that Sans' voice clip is actually a sample of Patrick from the SpongeBob episode Something Smells.
No.
Here, take a listen.
Maybe it's the way you're dressed. Maybe it
Soon after this, the clip was memed to shit, especially since it was on the tail end of Sans' reveal in Smash. Title Anagram. Undertale is an anagram for Deltarune, which can reference the fact that Deltarune takes place in a world similar to Undertale, but things have been switched around. Or, if you're a memer, Undertale can be an anagram for nut dealer. Clam Girl. If your fun value is between 80 and 89, an NPC can spawn in Waterfall named Clam Girl. If you talk to her, she talks about her neighbor's daughter Susie, and how you should meet her. She also says that
Susie? I wonder if they're referring to the Susie in Deltarune. Oh my god. I'm so curious how many of you guys don't know about Deltarune. I can't wait to show it to you. I can't wait to show it to you if you don't know it yet.
to her, she talks about her neighbor's daughter Susie, and how you should meet her. She also says that fate will find a way for you to meet her. Interestingly, in the version 1.001 patch of Undertale, she has an additional line of dialogue that says, in life's grand scheme, she might be why you came here in the first place. Even more.
Oh my god! Toby, you're such a genius! That is wild! That is wild!
More interestingly, talking to Clam Girl in this patch makes the don't forget note appear in Sans' lab. More on that later. House in Snowden's background. If you look to the left of Snowden's mysterious door, there's a house in the background with lit windows.
Oh!
You can even see someone leave and re-enter the house.
Really?
Quiche Origin. In 2013, Toby Fox tweeted out, "There's an abandoned quiche under the bench here. Steven after not surviving." But what if Sans wasn't Ness? Or even Patrick? What if he was Steven Universe? Clearly not, because this is a shitpost theory purely made to make fun of theories like MatPat's. In this theory, it's proposed that Steven Universe contracted cancer, lost his hair, and wore a sweatshirt to stay warm. Eventually, he dies and turns into a skeleton, and lives on in his new form with the name Sans, which stands for Stephen After Not Surviving. Right, make me cry every time. JoJo references. When fighting the Mad Dummy, expect to see a few references to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Alongside their habit of repeating the same word 3 times in a row, Mad Dummy also says, futile, futile, futile! Yes, this is a reference to JoJo, as antagonist Dio's rapid punch battle cry of Muda 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 directly translates to futile, or more commonly, useless. Mad Dummy also has a segment where they throw a single knife at Frisk, and comments that they are out of knives. Dio also uses knives in his climactic battle with Jotaro and Stardust Crusaders, throwing them in stopped time.
That's
a
pretty
lesser-known
cool.
JoJo reference is with the punch card item from the Nice Cream guy, which, when used, displays the flavor text, "Hurrah! You ripped up the punch card. Your hands are burning." This directly references Jotaro's rapid punch battle cry of "Aura, aura, aura." Sound check. If your fun value is at 65, you can go to the Snowden room that has a fishing rod in it. It has a 50% chance of having you access a sound test for unused songs. Happy Town, Meat Factory, Trouble Dingle, and lastly, Gaster's theme.
Gaster?
If you choose Gaster's theme, you can't pick any of the other songs anymore. After listening to the song, the game says, "Thanks for your feedback. Be seeing you soon," before booting you out of the sound test. Inside Fangamer plushies. If you cut into the Undertale plushies, you can find something hidden in each of them. Inside Toriel, you find a Monster Soul plush. Inside Papyrus, you find the annoying dog with a bone. Inside Sans, you find red cotton representing his blood. Inside Temmie, you find Temmie flakes. Inside Napstablook, you find a ghost sandwich. And inside Rao's eye, you find a crayon drawing made by him. I think this type of, physical Easter eggs is really creative, and really shows how out-of-the-box Fangamer and Toby really think. Don't you have anything better to do? During the epilogue, if you go back to the beginning flower bed you first appeared at, you can talk to Azriel. After exchanging a long bit of dialogue to Frisk, if you try to talk to Azriel again, he says, "Don't you have anything better to do?" If you also beat Undertale's neutral route multiple times in a row, Flowey will appear at the end to give some dialogue. After 6 times of doing this again and again, he also says, "Don't you have anything better to do?" Gaster is the Bone Brothers' father. This is a massive fan theory that is almost considered fact at this point.
It's amazing how deep fans go to unearth as much secrets as possible to a game that's full of, mystery. It is so cool. Yeah, I think Undertale and Five Nights at Freddy's really inspired a lot of games. Too bad it didn't exactly inspire AAA games, right? They're busy trying to do mixed messaging or whatever. Meanwhile, indie gamers just want to, just want to have fun.
There's a lot to back up this theory, so let's take it one step at a time. First off, Gaster's appearance is very skeleton-like, with black voids for eyes and a white face and hands. Second, he's the only character besides Sans and Papyrus to not only be named after a font, with WD standing for wingdings, but also use a different font when speaking. Remember Sans' lab? Well, what if the unreadable symbols on the blueprints are actually wingdings? And remember the photo of Sans with someone you don't recognize? What if that's Gaster? When he talked to the Snowden shopkeeper, she says that Sans and Papyrus simply showed up one day. Consider the idea that Gaster is their father. When Gaster disappeared and scattered across time and space, it would make sense that Sans and Papyrus would seemingly appear out of nowhere, as Gaster is no longer there as their father. And lastly, during Sans' fight in Genocide, he has an attack where he fires lasers at you with skulls. In the files, these skulls are named Gaster Blasters. So either Gaster made these blasters, or they're related to him in some other way. What do you two think?
This is a lot to take in. So much mystery with this whole Gaster thing. It doesn't. I don't know what to think. I kind of wonder if he's gonna make an appearance in Deltarune. That would be pretty cool. If they said things like, you know, same universe, different timeline. It'd be kind of cool if he makes an appearance, like that's where he disappeared to.
Think to him in some other way. What do you two think? This is the last line in entry 17, which is easily the most speculated upon. The theory is that U2 refers to Sans and Papyrus, or possibly Sans and Alphys, as those two are the leading scientists in the underground. 98 Robot. There's an...
Yeah, I cannot see Papyrus being part of the science group. That means Alphys has a lot more secrets than she cares to share. Wish there was evidence of that. Or maybe there's still time. Maybe there will be. But it just sounds like everything's speculation on who the two is. It seems like Toby could make an Undertale, like, sequel.
An unused NPC that was meant to appear in Hotland. It's a tiny robot with no arms and the number 98 on its chest. It's unknown why this character was cut, but most likely because Metaton is the star of the show in Hotland, and having another robot character would be somewhat confusing. Hacker ending. By hacking the game in certain ways, or the game experiences some sort of critical bug, the ending phone call you'll get is from Sans, who tells you that his phone call is an error handling message, and you should tell the creator of the game about it. He then says, "You're just a dirty hacker, aren't you?" Yeah, get out of here.
When it comes to iceberg
Papyrus is
theories, it's
holding back.
mostly fan speculation, especially the deeper you go.
Right. It's really
Personally,
fascinating.
I think one of the two in entry 17 is Asgore, since he shows some awareness of other timelines.
Did
Since he reacts if you say he's killed you before.
Really? That's interesting that he's aware. I didn't catch that. Fun fact, someone made a sub of the hacker ending. Dirty hacker. But that's just a theory. A game theory!
Even during Genocide route, where the protagonist is clearly dangerous, Papyrus will not kill you. In fact, his stats are massively lower compared to a normal fight with him. But also consider his brother Sans. Sans has the lowest attack in the game, and Papyrus is supposedly 20 times stronger than him. Is he not using his power to its fullest potential? Toho inspiration. Toby Fox is a massive Toho fan, and even had an OC named Apple Gurlington that he wrote songs for. It's quite
so
obvious
cute.
that Undertale's bullet hell elements are lifted from Toho, but there are many more inspirations. Some of the music in the game is inspired by Toho, but Spear of Justice sticks out the most, particularly the trumpet section, which is a common instrument in Toho music. Azrael Dreamer in his God of Hyperdeath form is also particularly inspired by...
Can I just say, after looking at some of Papyrus's moves, I can see some of the similarity in Sans. It's pretty cool. Hey Dipper, where do you get those button things for your dog to talk to you? Buttons? Oh, on Amazon. I think I typed like voice buttons or something.
I really enjoy when Detective Dipper starts speculating and coming up with theories on her own.
I'm cooking. Use that cooking emote. It is assumed that Gaster is the one talking to you at the beginning of Deltarune, as they both have very similar manners of speech. Do they? Oh my god! Maybe you guys can help me spot some stuff that I missed out on when I did my first playthrough of Deltarune. Like, I was being very casual.
By Marisa, as they share a rainbow and stars aesthetic. Sort of unrelated, but in 2018, Toby tweeted that he got to meet Zune and talked over a few beers. Toby really did achieve a lot of life goals, didn't he? 10 out of 10. In the check description for Temmie, it simply says, rated 10 out of 10, instead of her attack and defense. Interestingly, this was added in version 1.001.
I haven't played Undertale before. Do you know the story overall about Undertale or no? Because if you don't know anything about Undertale, then hell yeah, play it, please. If you do know the story, I still say it's worth the time. It's an experience. It's a fun experience overall. Wow, I caught a stream. Wow, I caught Shadow. I see you. Thanks for joining in. Another fun fact, there are 2 songs that are made by Zune and Toby as a collab. Ooh, that's neat. I want to know what the Gaster theme song sounds like. I'm super curious.
If you don't know the story of Undertale, you can watch Dipper play it over on her YouTube channel.
No, I think that if you haven't like seen someone's playthrough and you're completely blind, I think just go and play the game yourself. It's one of those things where you can't experience it ever really with other games. It's a one of a kind of experience. You don't get that a lot with games these days.
That was layer 2. We're getting into more and more obscure information now, and you might not have known everything on this layer. The further down we go, the more mysterious it gets, so prepare yourself. Let's go even deeper. Flowey stalking. If you backtrack after important events in the game, there's a chance you can spot Flowey going into the ground. This heavily implies that Flowey is stalking you throughout the game, which would explain his sudden appearance at the end of any route. There's also another Easter egg that correlates with this one. In the final Echo Flower field in Waterfall, if you nearly exit then backtrack and listen to one of the first Echo Flowers again, you get new dialogue. If you spare Toriel, you hear, "Where, oh where could that child be? I've been looking all over for them." Hehehe. That's not true. She'll find another kid and instantly forget about you. You'll never see her again. If you kill Toriel, you hear, "Where am I? It's so cold here. It's so dark. Someone help me. Anyone, please, help me."
Wow.
But nobody came. And on a genocide route, the Echo Flower remains silent. Chara buried under flower bed. It's said
That is insane details that he added in this game. Definitely nice. This is what I'm talking about. I really like games that just because you played it once, you're not exactly finished with it. Multiple playthroughs in a game, you keep discovering new things is like gold for a player, I think. Getting that replay value is always nice. And yeah, I need to throw this out there. This is what I really enjoyed.
Toby went above and beyond.
He totally did. But yeah, this is why I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. Because I feel like playing it more than once gave you a different perspective, and you can find more things. You think I was gonna go this many streams without mentioning Final Fantasy VII? Nah!
said that after Chara died, Asgore put them in a coffin in the basement of New Home, but Toriel took Chara's body to give them a
There
proper
is a way
burial
to
in
open
the
up
ruins.
that mystery door in Snowtown. Speaking of Final Fantasy VII, when's that Clotty stream coming? When
As soon as I get
Gostor
everything else
vanished,
done.
all knowledge of his existence went with him.
All knowledge of his existence? So everyone forgot about him. I mean, if we consider the fact that the game ends and we restart the game, and he's like permagon, then I could see that people for like kind of like not know his existence. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
Backstory states that Chara wanted
But
to
I
see the
only
golden
need one
flowers on
Final
the surface.
Fantasy VII playthrough to know that Tifa is best girl.
You know what I just thought? They could have left anytime they wanted to. If Chara was here, that means they had all the souls. Huh?
Put them in a coffin in the basement of New Home, but Toriel took Chara's body to give them a proper burial in the ruins. The backstory states that Chara wanted to see the golden flowers on the surface before their death. If we rewind back to the beginning of the game, what do we see? A bed of golden flowers. To further add on to this, keep in mind that in Genocide, Chara states that Frisk's power awoke them from death. If we assume the flower bed is their grave, Frisk falling onto said flower bed would probably cause them to awake. Later on, when you fall off the bridge in Waterfall due to Undyne, you enter a flashback and hear Azrael's voice. And when you wake up, you're on a bed of golden flowers. And the last bit of evidence is that at the epilogue, where is Azrael? Looking over the golden flower bed at the beginning of the game, saying, someone has to take care of these flowers. Nightmare. Normally, the Monster Kids word search looks like this. However, when the fun value is set to either 56 or 57, it looks like this. Weird. Fallen down
What?
However, when the fun value is set to either 56 or 57, it looks like this. Weird. Fallen down monsters. This term...
Wait, isn't that I don't know, it looks kind of like that creature, whatever his name is, from Let It Go, Let It Go. What I forgot what that movie was called. Frozen. There you go. He looks like that snowman.
I believe the mystery behind all the hearts have some connection with each boss. It is possible there is a special connection like Astriel with Chara. Both have the same heart color.
Oh. Olaf. Yeah, there we go. Frozen.
Weird. Fallen down monsters. This term is used in Alphys's True Lab entries when referring to monsters who are close to death. In an unused line, the term fallen down is fully explained in a book titled Monster History Part 6. Unfortunately, monsters are not experienced with illness. However, when monsters are about to expire of age, they lie down, immobile. We call this state fallen down. A person who has fallen down will soon perish. Asgore also refers to this term in the Undertale alarm clock when talking about Rudy, saying Rudy eventually fell down. Strange tweets. Toby Fox has made a lot of weird tweets before, a lot of them being funny and some of them being cryptic. One thread of tweets in particular had Toby
What'd he say?
being funny and some
Me scribbles the shitty cartoon dog with sores in the margins of my class notes. Internet.
of them being cryptic. One thread of tweets in particular had Toby state, "The success of Undertale has been incredible. Thank you to the artists, the fans, and to my friends for supporting me in 2015. But lately, something has left me feeling unsettled. A burning, inexplicable feeling. You could say, its very nature is shrouded in darkness." On October 30th, 2018, the official Undertale Twitter account appeared to be hijacked. The new person behind the account tweeted as such. "Welcome. have you been looking for me? How wonderful. I have been looking for you as well. I have something I want to show you. Something I think you will find very, very interesting.
What?
But it is not complete yet. No, it is far from complete. Thus, I have a small favor to ask of you. Return here in 24 hours. At that time, I will ask you a few questions. Then, using your responses, we will approach its realization. Thank you very much for your time. I will be in contact again, soon. The next day, this person, presumed to be Gaster, posted some more tweets, with their final tweet being a link to Deltarune.com, which included a download link to Deltarune.
Delta!
I remember the day leading up to this. The entire fandom was shaken up so fucking hard. Practically everyone who played Undertale that I knew was talking about this, and when the game dropped, I was so fucking hyped and full of chills. It was such a great way to release Deltarune. Starman reference. On the chest of Papyrus's armor is a symbol that's also on the chest of Starman from Earthbound, also linking the game back to Earthbound. Susie is Susie. Linking back to Clam Girl, if you talk to her in the Nintendo Switch version of the game, she says that you haven't met Susie yet, and she says the time to meet her is fast approaching, before she turns grayscale and disappears.
Whoa.
Keep in mind, this was the last big set of Undertale content before we got Deltarune, where one of the most prominent characters is named Susie. Different spelling, but pretty much same pronunciation. And if you remember, talking to Clam Girl about Susie makes the Don't Forget note appear in Sans' lab, which is highly thought to be linked to Deltarune. This, and the message Clam Girl gives of your time to meet Susie being fast approaching right before the release of Deltarune, it's highly possible that Susie is Susie.
Nah, I don't think it's a coincidence, man. I don't think it's a coincidence. Toby, you're so crazy. Flowey is a metaphor for the player. Interesting. Flux is out of the room. Yeah, that was great.
Flowey is a metaphor for the player. Flowey tells Frisk that, before they fell underground, he also had the ability to save and reset. He first used this ability for good, but he eventually became bored and started abusing this power for his own selfish needs, or for fun, just to see what would happen if he toyed with or killed people. If this sounds at all familiar, this is what happens not only in Undertale, but in games outside of it as well. Anyone who's played an Elder Scrolls game has quick saved, then slaughtered an entire village just for the hell of it. This happens with most games, where becoming bored leads to you trying everything in the game, just to squeeze every bit of content out of it, even if it means making decisions that would otherwise lead to a bad or selfish ending. 700 Club. The 700 Club is a talk show on the Christian Broadcasting Network that first aired in 1966, which talks about news, interviews guests, and seeks to spread the word of Christianity. Now, what the fuck does this have to do with Undertale? Well, in 2015, this happened.
All right, it's time for some questions. We've been running out of time on the show, but what do you got?
Let's bring it on with Peyton first of all today. Peyton says, recently I was looking through my daughter's phone and I found many pictures of a cartoon skeleton with one glowing blue eye and wearing a hoodie. When I asked my daughter why she had such demonic images on her phone, she told me there was nothing wrong with it because it was from a video game. How do I help my daughter not be attracted to such demonic things?
These are like the same people who says that Dungeon and Dragon is a demonic thing as well. This is like the medieval times where people just yell out, "Witches!" You managed to find a cure through natural aid from harvesting certain plants and mixing it together, making medicine? Witch, I say, witch! Let the priest throw smoke and incense and the holy water to banish the illness.
Pat Robertson was behind the D&D Satanic Panic.
Oh my god. It's so funny. Ugh. People are funny. Weirdly funny.
We'll give her something better. I think it's a fad. You know, these funny-looking things, I think I wouldn't make a big deal of it. I think if you do, you magnify
You drive her to it.
Yeah, you drive her to it.
A cartoon skeleton knows heathens.
If you got something more wholesome that she can enjoy, provide it for her. You must have something. There's got to be some video game that isn't so evil, but those things are filled with violence. I mean,
they are presuming what Undertale is the most wholesome game ever, trying to teach you not to be violent. Yeah, man, they need to do their research. They're presuming like they know everything. I hate presumptuous people. Honest to God, I hate presumptuous people. If you're not certain of what the topic is, don't presume like you know what it is. You just end up looking like a butt.
I mean, you know, and
if you want to see the absolute height of the satanic panic, look up the trailer for the movie Mazes and Monsters starring Tom Hanks. It's so unbelievably cringeworthy, it's just laughable.
Ooh.
And that's what the kids are playing. You say, oh, well, he's just playing a video game. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Grandpa, let's go to bed.
Boom, boom, boom.
Well, sometimes it's all about being cool with your friends because they all have it, you know. So,
yeah, well,
okay.
Okay.
When I first saw this image on the Undertale subreddit when it was first posted, I honestly thought it was just a meme. But only recently did I learn this was actually real. Toby answer in Metaton essay. When Metaton gives you an essay to fill out, if you write Toby at any point, he says, Toby? What the hell's that? Sounds sexy. I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Azrael Anagram. Near the end of Deltarune, it's revealed that Ralzai is actually Azrael. However, if you were looking for small details, you would realize that Ralzai is an anagram for Azrael. However, there's also a much darker anagram of Azrael's name. The name Azrael Dreamer can be an anagram for serial murderer. And considering what he does is Flowey, that sounds about right.
Wow!
Star.ogg. This is an unused song that uses instruments from the original Star Fox for the SNES. I'll play the song for you now. McDonald's connection. The sound Omega Flowey makes when he's hurt is actually a sampled sound effect from a McDonald's commercial. Specifically a sound from Ronald McDonald.
I found my son watching a pink and brown-haired girl with dog ears and talking about chaos on his phone. How do I punish my son for watching this demonic creature?
You get him a dog, and you tell him that he's to take care of that dog now. Long-term responsibility. Yo, Noel, Dark Falcon, thank you so much for the membership, my dude. 32 months, hell yeah! 24 months, let's go!
Flowey's famous voice clip, "Oh, that's a wonderful idea," also comes from the same commercial. I mean, both Flowey and Ronald McDonald are demons of evil, so it makes sense that Toby drew inspiration from Ronald. punch card exploit. The punch card exploit is a glitch that is used in speedruns of Undertale to speed up gameplay. The glitch is a little complicated to explain, but I'll try to explain it as best I can. Whenever you're in a cutscene or talking to an NPC, you normally cannot move, but by allowing the punch card item to appear during this, the game thinks you should be able to move, so it allows you to do so, allowing you to move while normally you have to sit through dialogue. The punch card can also be used to wrong warp you to a spot you originally were
Punch
by
card?
entering through doors. I hope I explained this right, but if not, there's a video.
Yo, Decall, thank you so much for the 27 months, man. Enjoy your badges, emotes, and membership vids.
Video in the description that explains this much better than I can. Room Water Redacted. Room Water Redacted, or Room 272, is an unused room. In the center is a strange figure, and if you try to talk to it, it says redacted in lowercase wingdings.
What?
If you try to leave the room, you're sent to the sound test room. Some people speculate that this character is the true form of Gaster, but nothing.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, I am. I'm risking it for the biscuit.
Really backs this up. The stable.
Punch card from Ice Cream Man. Oh, that punch card! I forgot all about that. People speculate that Redacted is Des, Noelle's sister from Deltarune. Yeah, I don't remember. This is why I need to play Deltarune. I don't remember Noelle having a sister. Shit. I don't know. What if it's like just like a piece of Gaster? What if like Gaster's like broken into different pieces around like various future games that Toby's gonna make?
If you try to talk to it, it says redacted in lowercase wingdings. If you try to leave the room, you're sent to the sound test room. Some people speculate that this character is the true form of Gaster, but nothing really backs this up. The stable. There's a string of text in the game that indicates that a horse stable was meant to be included at Napstablook's snail farm. The text proceeds as follows. It's a horse stable. Do you want to go inside? You jostle the door. It's locked. Suddenly, from inside the redacted, you hear a... and that's it. Further investigation into the code reveals that you're meant to look in a trash can to find a key to open the stable.
Interesting.
If you do so and interact with the stable again, the same character from Room Water Redacted appears, and it simply says X in wingdings. Very weird cut event. r/underminers. r/underminers is a subreddit dedicated to data mining Undertale and Deltarune, and talking about the discoveries within each game. Massive shoutouts to everyone who has...
It's pretty amazing when developers go as far as to making hints and codes outside the game with these I don't want to I guess like these outside riddles. It's like not at the level of complication like, sorry Nomura, like, you know, Nomura, you know, with the whole go play this here and go play that there. It's like everything is here in the PC, so there's that. It's like the right amount. I don't know if that makes any sense. The right amount of like guesswork outside the game itself. You just kind of search around the game file and see.
dug up weird mysteries from the game's code in here, as a lot of stuff involving Gaster and the like has come from here. So big shout.
It predicted Twitter being X.
Shoutouts to them. Unused Sans' blue eye in Smash. It was found that in Sans' texture in Smash Ultimate, there's an unused section of blue around the eyes, which is obviously meant to be Sans' blue eye in his boss fight. It's unknown as to why this was cut or what it would have been used for, but people speculate it would have been used for his parry animation, which honestly would have been super badass.
Huh.
Room Overworld. Room Overworld, or Room 274, is a pitch-black room with red pillars with small faces on them. Attempting to talk to these NPCs crashes the game. The player can activate 2 dialogue triggers though. One of them is for Toriel, where her dialogue is the exact same as when she first talks to you in the ruins, and the other dialogue trigger activates a fight with Flowey, where he says dialogue from a neutral route ending while music plays. If I had to guess, this was most likely a test room.
Oh, a test
what
room.
You did. If you look in the trash can of Alphys's lab, you can see this bit of flavor text. There's a message crumpled up in the trash can. It's in a strange kind of handwriting. It says, "I know what you did." It's possible this note was written by Flowey, as this message seems to be directed towards Alphys herself for her experiments in the True Lab. Flowey is certainly the type to mock and remind.
How could he write? He has no hands.
Self for her experiments in the True Lab. Flowey is certainly the type to mock and remind Alphys of her fatal mistakes, much like he does for the player in their mistakes. Sans isn't a skeleton. No, this isn't a meme theory explaining that Sans is.
What if it was Metaton? I feel like Metaton was the closest to Alphys. He can control vines? True. How long does it take to beat Undertale? 2 days. Ish? No. I don't know. You can check out my playthrough to see what the hours... Or you can just Google it.
Skeleton. No, this isn't a meme theory explaining that Sans is Phil Swift or whatever.
Yo, what's up, Flex fans? We're going to check out the new green screen. It's awesome. I think you're going to love it. What?
This is an actual theory with actual evidence that Sans isn't a skeleton, but in fact, a darkener. The whole post goes into a lot more detail, but I'll summarize it quickly. Sans bleeding at the end of his boss fight made no sense, unless you believe it was ketchup. But let's just assume it's blood for a minute. How could Sans bleed if he's a monster? Simple. He's a darkener, and darkeners can bleed. On top of this, the doors in Deltarune have the same fire underneath them as the door to Sans' room, and Papyrus has described that room as another world. This would also explain how Sans can use shortcuts to get around quickly. He's simply using the Dark World as a way to move around. And if you remember the Sans' lab entry and what was on there, the connections become more and more concrete. There is much, much more to this theory, but I recommend you look in the description for the full posts. All camera
my god! I didn't make the connection! Oh my god! That's insane!
Room. And Papyrus has described that room as another world. This would also explain how Sans can use shortcuts to get around quickly. He's simply using the Dark World as a way to move around. And if you remember the Sans' lab entry and what was on there, the connections become more and more concrete. There is much, much more to this theory, but I recommend you look in the description for the full posts. All camera locations. It's discovered when you meet Alphys that she was watching you throughout the entire underground and examining your journey. This must mean there's cameras everywhere, right? But where are they? Well, if you check specific sections in the game, you can find text that states that a camera is hidden there. From my research, these are all the locations for the cameras. One in a bush, just outside of the ruins.
Huh.
one in Papyrus's sentry post, one behind Lesser Dog's post, one in a tree, one beneath the first step of Papyrus's bridge, one underneath the last step of the same bridge, one hidden in Snowdon Town's trees, and lastly, there's one behind a waterfall in Waterfall. There might be more, but these are all the ones I could find. Game Theory
Wow.
Beef. Oh boy, get your Keemstar popcorn bowls out for this one. Game Theory has a secondary channel named GT Live, where they play games online.
But we never see Dark nor Bleed. Huh. I can't remember if they bleed or not. See, this is why I need to replay the game. Yo, thanks for the biddies.
Live streams. One game they played on a stream was a demo named Heartbound. When GT Live played it, they clickbaited the title and tags about Undertale instead of respecting the game as an original work for views, and didn't bother to link back to the original Heartbound game in the description. When the creator called them out for this, MatPat replied to this with, "I shit you not, this opener. I'm sorry to hear you're disappointed in our recent playthrough of Heartbound, but what you see as disrespectful, I would argue is the opposite. Let me explain."
Wait. Hey, MatPat, I'm pretty disappointed here, and so is our community. Your recent GT Live came across as an Undertale clickbait mashup instead of being about Heartbound. You never linked to our game, and you got our studio name wrong as well. Oh my god, how did that happen?
TG Vrudge Snowden is a bunch of rocks spray painted.
That would be pretty funny. Dude, I watch sometimes Pirate Software's games. He seems like a really chill dude who just wants to help gamers learn how to game. And I played Heartbound. I played a bit of the Heartbound story. It's good, it's fun. So this is surprising. I mean, I am super curious what MatPat has to say about this.
For this, MatPat replied to this with, "I shit you not, this opener. I'm sorry to hear you're disappointed in our recent playthrough of Heartbound, but what you see as disrespectful, I would argue is the opposite. Let me explain." After MatPat tried to backpedal and shittily explain himself out of the situation, Toby Fox himself replied and said this: "You should link to any game you play. Creators need all the help they can get. And think carefully if you're misleading your audience with how you present your videos. You went too far this time."
Oh, shit! And this was back in 2019. Wow. Damn. Yeah, that's pretty much when Heartbound, I think, was releasing the demo of it. To incorrectly name drop the developer of a game and to not link it seems so out of character that he didn't even apologize for making a mistake. He tried to cover his ass like it was nothing. I'm just taking it all in. I just didn't expect that Matt would be like that.
This is the only time Toby Fox has ever gotten serious and called out someone like this, and it's one of the biggest oh shit moments in the Undertale fandom, I'd say. Good on you, Toby, and fuck you, MatPat. Deltarune worked on before Undertale. Toby Fox got inspired to work on an RPG in 2012, mostly thanks to the artist Kenotines, I hope I pronounced that right, who designed Lancer, Rudin, Clover, Haffy, King, and Jevil, and posted art of them to her Tumblr blog.
At Lupin,
The
I
designs
thank
were
you
meant
for
for
the
a
2
class
gifted subs on Twitch.
Yo! Thank you so much, Loop Knight! Thank you! Thank you for the gifties! Just for not linking? No, not just no. It's more than that. He basically said that MatPat clickbaited people that it was Undertale related when it's not. Heartbound is its own game, so he basically clickbaited the Undertale community. And then he also did not give the correct creator name. So there was a lot of wrongs. Did not link to the game. He clickbaited, and then he didn't even say who was the proper developer of the game. So he basically just did not do his research at all and basically looked like a fool. And instead of apologizing about it, he tried to explain himself out of it and looked very, very silly. So it was more than just not linking a game, my dude.
Project and depict the aforementioned characters on 52 playing cards. While Toby Fox made Undertale first, his original idea was always meant to be Deltarune,
And this
based
is
on
all
these playing
before
cards.
MatPat's COVID video nonsense.
I have no idea about that. Hold on.
2012, mostly thanks to the artist Kenotines, I hope I pronounced that right, who designed Lancer, Rudin, Clover, Haffy, King, and Jevil, and posted art of them to a Tumblr blog. The designs were meant for a class project and depict the aforementioned characters on 52 playing cards.
Susie
While Toby
mentions
Fox
that
made
everyone
Undertale
bleeds,
first,
right? Early on. That is how we know that monsters in Deltarune bleed. They also have graves, meaning they leave corpses unlike in Undertale. Also Asgore anagrams to Sage or Murderer.
Ooh. That's pretty cool.
MatPat made a Who Would Survive COVID video for video game characters.
Oh, okay. I feel like any video game character that has a helmet on would be good. Samus, for one.
His original idea was always meant to be Deltarune, based on these playing cards. Grandpa Semi. There's an unused sound file named grandpasemi.ogg from the Korean demo of Undertale, which is a bit-crushed version of Metal Crusher's opening notes. I'll play it for you now. The file name is speculated to refer to a cut character named Grandpa Semi, who could have been related to Sans Papyrus, as Semi could refer to the font semi-serif. Now here's a very cool theory about this character. What if Gaster is inspired by this character being cut? Think about it. A potential father figure for Sans Papyrus has lore that says he's literally been erased from existence. And then think about what happened to Grandpa Semi. Undertale content and Halloween hack. The obvious similarity between the two games is the fact Megalovania is used, but this runs a little deeper. One of the flowers in Magicant says it was used in an experiment from Dr. Andonuts. Sound familiar? And when you die in the fight against Dr. Andonuts, he taunts you and says you're just dreaming before laughing at you. The same thing happens against Omega Flowey, but the game crashes instead.
Oh, he
There are
recycled
also
some
enemies
stuff.
you can encounter in the game straight up named Amalgamate. And lastly, right before you fight Dr. Andonuts, his sprite appears as Yuboa from the game Yumi Nikki. And people say the way this sprite is constructed could have inspired Gaster. Papyrus survives his death. To be honest, this is the only entry I couldn't find much information for. There's obviously fan works that say Papyrus survives his death or Sans prevents his death in some way, but there's nothing to really indicate this within canon. If anyone knows anything about this, please tell me in the comments. And that's Layer 3. This is the point of no return. There were entries here that even
Yo, chat. Thanks for hanging on. We're getting through this. Nice. We're more than halfway through. Yo, boy. Yo, Born Loser Gaming mentioned W. Blech. We don't know if they leave corpses in chapter 2. We'll find out in the replay when Deltarune gets released. It sounds like a lot of us needs a refresher.
I didn't know about, but it's only going to get worse from here. Into the fathoms we go.
Worse how? Like they're a stretch?
Undertale art book. I'm not too sure why this is so far down, but on the Fangamer website, you can buy the Undertale art book. It shows a lot of concept art, early design, random sketches, stuff like that, with commentary from Toby Fox. It's a really good read. I got the physical copy because I'm weird like that. Collector's Edition songs. In the Collector's Edition of Undertale, there's a CD with all the game's music on it, but it also includes bonus tracks. In the description, you'll find a video that plays
CDs? Who still buys CDs? Curious.
all of these songs. Here are the song names. Mysterious Shrine, Overly Familiar Shrine, both of which are used in the Dog Shrine rooms in the Nintendo Switch version. Dating Start FM version, Bereavement, which appears to be an early version of Asgore, Bone Trestle trailer version, which is the song used in Undertale's trailer, Dog Dating, and finally, Before the Story, which is actually used in Deltarune, that being the song that plays on the title screen.
Oh!
Pink names. One of the Froggets you can talk to in Ruins can completely change one factor of the game. It says this: surely you know by now a monster wears a yellow name when you can spare it. What do you think of that? Very helpful, or it's bad? If you choose it's bad, it says, really? Then I'll tell all my friends to tell their friends' friends. Never use yellow names. How about that? Then you can choose to either keep or remove yellow names from the game. By removing yellow names, the enemy's name won't change colors at all, making it a bit harder to know if the enemy can be spared or not. If you complete the game without these names and go back to Frogget, it says, how was your adventure? It must have been difficult without being able to tell the enemy's feelings. However, if you remove yellow names and decide to talk to Frogget again, you can tell it to bring back the yellow names. The Frogget says, how are you doing without yellow names? It's great, or bring them back. If you choose bring them back, it says, huh? It's rather inconvenient that you changed your mind like this. Since I told everyone not to use yellow names, everyone threw theirs out. Well, last year it was fashionable to have pink names. I think everyone still has those in their closets. I'll ask everyone to look, but this is the last time. After this, whenever the enemy can be spared, the enemy's name will change to pink instead.
I could have had pink! I'm upsetty Piscetti.
Instead of yellow. One last fun fact about this. After you tell the Frogget to throw away yellow names, by looking at the trash heaps in Waterfall, you can read this. There's a pile of yellow names in the trash pile. Unused Mettaton Neo attacks. It's found that Mettaton Neo has some unused attacks in the game's files. But don't get too excited, the attacks appear to be reused from Vulcan. It's possible that Mettaton Neo was planned to be a full boss fight instead of the instant kill you deal to him in Genocide. Mettaton Unused Audio. There's an unused audio clip in the game that was meant to be used by Mettaton. I'll play it for you now.
What?
The sound clip is sampled from the Simpsons episode Team Homer, where Homer says this.
Godboy couldn't get a strike!
God, imagine Homer's voice coming out of stupid, sexy Mettaton of all people. Arrays. In a 2017 Famitsu interview with Toby Fox, Toby says this as the inspiration to start developing Undertale. In December 2012, when I was in my third year at university, I was browsing Wikipedia and found an article about array data types. At that time, I had no knowledge of data types, but after reading the article, I realized that I could make some kind of game with this. So I first programmed a system to display text and then used it to create a combat system. And while I was making the battle system, I felt that various ideas for stories that could be told using this system came up. After that, I started looking for an artist, but I found Temmie Chang's blog and asked her straightforwardly, why don't you make a game with me? I'd never spoken to or knew Temmie, but when she said yes, that changed my future altogether. I am very grateful for Temmie. The demo version was completed in early 2013 and launched the Kickstarter project. The rest is, as you know.
Wow.
Easy to change, huh?
Just like that.
Edit your name to be longer than 6 letters. Whenever you open the menu,
He literally just went for it. He's like, fuck it. I got an idea. I'm gonna just, you know, see where it goes. It's so simple, but at the same time inspiring.
The text, easy to change, huh, will appear next to your name. Gotta love Toby and his cheeky ways of calling out the player. Ultimate Fate of Hard Mode. This entry is basically stating what was said before. Hard mode will likely never happen. Gaster stats. Within the game's files, WD Gaster has actual stats, which are listed as 66,666 HP,
What?
66,666 attack, and 66,666 defense. Whoa, that was a mouthful. And if you're able to beat him in battle, you would actually get negative gold and negative XP.
Beat him?
A note from your friend. When you download the Undertale demo, it also comes with an instruction manual, which is both Flowey and Toriel explaining the basics of the game. The very last page of the manual is titled, A Note from Your Friend, with Flowey in the center saying, "Howdy, my name's Flowey. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. I already feel like we're good friends. Hee hee hee." Whenever you complete the demo, the manual will change depending on your actions. If you kill Toriel, the last page will change to Flowey grinning with the text, "Ha ha ha. You'd even try to spare her, you murderer."
Ooh.
If you spare Toriel, Flowey's absent, and the page says, "Don't get too cocky." If you start a genocide route during the demo, all of the pages except the first and last are changed to the Undertale logo and the text, "That was fun. Let's finish the job."
Dark.
The final page now depicts a faceless Flowey.
Whoa.
Big Bob. To quote the cutting room floor, nothing is known about this image, aside from the fact that it's Big Bob. In all seriousness, it's likely this was just a test sprite that was given a silly name. Original Entry 17. We all know about Gaster's Entry 17, but there is another Entry 17 written by Alphys, which is normally inaccessible in the game. It reads as, "Monsters' physical forms can't handle determination like humans can. With too much determination, our bodies begin to break down. Everyone's melted together." Asgore knows about timelines. During
he said
Asgore's
this.
fight, you can use Act to talk to him, and certain flavor text states, "You tell Asgore he's killed you a number of times before." He nods sadly. This seems to imply that Asgore knows about timelines, but this isn't stated anywhere else in the game. Asgore doesn't even make any hints to this or even talks about it beyond the short interaction. It's possible Asgore doesn't fully know what Frisk is talking about when they say this, but it's left weirdly vague.
I don't know, with him able to destroy the mercy button, that's like almost on par with Sans. I'm starting to speculate that Sans and Asgore might have been involved with Gaster. If he said like those you two.
Hi Dip, a long time no see. You look very pretty today. I'm going to visit Texas this weekend to celebrate my little cousin graduating high school.
Ooh.
Have you been? Are you having a good day, hun?
Yeah, I'm having a good day. Just vibing with my my Undertale community. Hype. We're basically going through the iceberg, digging deep with the lore and Easter egg secrets. And I'm so excited to explore what hidden secrets are going to be in Deltarune with everyone. Still one of the coolest things Asgore has done. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that's evidence enough. Asgore and Sans may be the two that Gaster was talking about.
It should also be noted that every human soul color and their attributes are tied to a different effect on the gameplay. Asgore is the only monster to use a red attack for determination, and only to break the mercy button.
Really? Asgore is the only monster to use the red attack. The red. Why can't I remember red attack? The hell's the red attack? Are you talking about his red staff? Or spear or whatever? Trident? Well, Gaster was the royal scientist, so he has to be involved with
Another
Asgore.
note is it implied that all monsters get a vague sense of deja vu after a reset.
Deja vu! Ah, that's so cool! His trident's not red. Oh. He breaks the button with it. Oh. His spear turns red when he destroys the mercy button. Yeah. I say yeah like I remember. I thought there was like a red spear for a moment. Yeah, it's on the thumbnail actually. I think. I believe Asgore and Gerson are close friends with... Where did you get the WD? Oh, Wingdings. Gaster through... though there's no clear proof of that. Who's Gerson? Oh, Lupin, thank you so much for the biddies. Feel left out. Oh no! Are you unfamiliar with Undertale story? Oh dear.
How'd you do that? If you attack Temmie and get her to low health, the narrator says...
Oh, I need a little reminder. Where are we with this thing?
Risk is talking about when they say this, but it's left
Gaster isn't called the man who speaks in hands for nothing. And Gerson is the turtle merchant in Waterfall.
Oh, Gerson! There we go. Okay, I forgot his name. Gerson. Asgore and Gerson might be the close friends to Gaster. Oh. That's possible. But what about Sans and his Gaster blaster?
How'd you do that? If you attack Temmie and get her to low health, the narrator says, how'd you do that? Considering Temmie's defense is -20, nearly any attack will kill Temmie in one shot. Not many players will find this dialogue because of that, and it seemingly surprises even the narrator when you don't kill her. Heartache was Jevel's theme originally. In a Japanese interview on Nintendo's website, Toby had this to say about the development of Deltarune. In 2011, when I was living away from home while I was in college, I had a flashy illness. I couldn't get any medicine, and when I was sleeping with a high fever, I had a very vivid dream. It was a dream of the ending of the game, and since then I've been obsessed with the idea that I have to make that the ending of the game. So I tried to make it once in 2012. I really liked the artist Canotines I found on Tumblr, and I used that person's character design. But at that time, I ended up giving up development without completing a single room. However, some of the songs I made at that time became the background music of Undertale. For example, the song Heartache was originally titled Joker Battle, and Bone Trestle was intended to be the main theme of the game. And when Kickstarter brought in investment for Undertale in 2013, I said to myself if Undertale could be completed, the next game would be a mix of Undertale and that dream concept I decided. Now,
so Deltarune has always been a game he's been trying to pursue. Undertale is the test run game for him to learn? I'm not complaining. I think that's rather cool. Deltarune was the first idea. Wow.
not only does this give more info about what Deltarune originally was earlier in the iceberg, the title Joker Battle could give a hint that a Heartache was originally intended for Jevel, as, you know, he's a jester. What the fuck is wrong? Within the code for the scene where Mettaton sings to Frisk, you can find Toby getting a little
I will
frustrated
randomly
with
leave
coding the
existence.
game.
This is your war.
I randomly with my wait, what? Gaster, Asgore, Gerson.
Warning.
This is your warning. Okay, so Gaster being forgotten was a complete fanon thing, according to followers. Asgore took a real long time to find a replacement for him. So if anything, Asgore must still remember Gaster. If he's able to recall timelines. Gaster, Asgore, Gerson, and Toriel are like the oldest monsters in the underground. Chances are they all know each other.
Napstablook is invincible. This entry refers to the fact that, even during genocide, Napstablook cannot be killed by the player.
Hell yeah.
This is attributed to the fact Napstablook is non-corporeal, aka they're a ghost without a host, like Mad Mew Mew or Mettaton, who can both take damage. When you talk to Napstablook during
I'm sorry, what?
Mad Mew Mew or Mettaton, who can both take damage.
Mew Mew. Mew Mew? You actually get to see what Mew Mew looks like? Hold on.
They're a ghost without a host, like Mad Mew Mew or Mettaton, who can both take damage. When you talk to
Chat, explain what this whole Mew Mew thing. I thought it was just a fan, an anime. Mew Mew is a Nintendo exclusive boss fight. Oh, why? That sucks.
Napstablook during the True Pacifist epilogue, they mentioned that a flash of light wanted to come in, but they just closed the blinds. This meant Napstablook was not absorbed by Azrael when he became the god of hyperdeath. Whether this is because Blookie is invincible or because they didn't let the light into their house is up for debate.
Ah.
Early Burnt Pan. There's a weird glitch you can perform in Hotland, and I'm not entirely sure how it works. Basically, during Genocide Route, if you interact with the bag of dog food and activate Mettaton's dialogue at the same time, you're able to check for instant noodles twice before it tells you you can pick up the burnt pan, getting it a little bit earlier than intended. The Cauldron of Hell. In the Genocide fight against the Royal Guards, checking them gives this flavor text. I see two lovers staring over the edge of the Cauldron of Hell. Do they both wish for death? This means their love will end in hell. I couldn't stop laughing. This is a quote from the book Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto, and apparently the book is about death and overcoming grief. Very fitting.
Whoa.
Brandish inspiration. Toby states in the Undertale art book that the video game series Brandish inspired some of Undertale. The most prominent example of this inspiration is with Megalovania, as the song is heavily inspired by the song Gato Badorer in the game Brandish 2, the Planet Buster. Here, take a listen.
I hear it. I hear it.
Another thing to note is that in the Undertale Halloween hack, you play as Varric, who is the protagonist of Brandish. And even later, it's possible that Varric inspired the design of Chris in Deltarune. I mean, just look at the similarities.
The scarf.
Cucumber Quest. Cucumber Quest is a webcomic written and illustrated by GGDG. Apparently, Gigi and Toby are good friends with each other.
Really?
Toby Fox once composed a theme for the character Noise Master, and a specific melody in the song would later become reused for Metal Crusher. Here, take a listen.
Ooh!
Chara buried under tree. An alternate theory as to where Chara is buried is underneath the tree in the ruins. The narrator states that every time this old tree
Metaton
grows
is a trans
leaves,
man
they fall.
and Mad Mew Mew is a trans woman. BTW if you didn't know.
Oh, okay. Ow.
Ruins. The narrator states that every time this old tree grows leaves, they fall right off. While seemingly everything in Undertale has some sort of connection or obvious meaning, this tree doesn't have that, unless we assume that Chara was buried underneath here. Considering their abusive behavior and later revealing their true intentions to murder every monster in the underground to destroy the world, a tree that seemingly continues to die would be a very fitting place for Chara. At Fwug Radiation. Fwug Radiation was Toby's old Twitter handle, and his original.
It's just like the digesting and breaking down every single sentence in this game for possible hints is astounding. Mega Man soundtrack. Oh, the thing that we heard earlier. No, not that one. It was, yeah, it was. No. It was the other one.
Original username on starman.net. Not much else to really say. Beppis. Beppis is an in-joke with the creators of Undertale, and is a euphemism for penis. For examples of this within the game, the "Don't Rip Sprites" message mentioned earlier was later replaced with this. You know what I hate? That's Beppis. The taste, the smell, the texture. Hey, you're drooling. And also within the game's code are some of these messages. Beppis. Do robots dream of electric sex? Big wiener zone. Ultimate Beppis. Capital Weenus Berry.
That's in the code.
Beppis. Big boner down the lane. Undertale Halloween hack. While this doesn't really exist and is one of the only joke entries on this iceberg, there's a SoundCloud page for a theoretical Undertale Halloween hack, so I'll link it in the description. Censored tarot cards. On the Fangamer website are a set of tarot cards based on Undertale that you can buy.
Oh.
However, this version of the tarot cards are slightly different than the
Yo, the cards kind of remind me of Card Captor. Card Captor Sakura.
Undertale that you can buy. However, this version of the tarot cards are slightly different than the original designs. Tumblr artist Dog Bomber is the one behind the tarot cards, and he posted all of the cards he drew for the card deck. 3 of these stick out though. Frisk is renamed to The Human, the amalgamates on Alphys' card are heavily darkened in the final design, and Gaster was removed entirely.
Whoa.
Now, I don't entirely understand why Frisk and Alphys' designs were changed, as the rest of the card deck contains massive spoilers for the game anyway, but let's talk about Gaster. I remember some people were raising an eyebrow at Gaster's card when it was first revealed, as it straight up confirmed that, yes, the sprite named Mystery Man is intended to be Gaster. Right? Well, this has led me to 2 possible theories as to why the Gaster card was cut. 1, Toby doesn't want the answer to be revealed with merch. That'd be kinda lame, right? One of the game's biggest questions answered by a tarot card. And besides, Toby has stated himself that he wants the game's answers to be within the game itself and nothing outside of it, specifically saying,
"Let's go, Toby! The man gets it. He understands gamer mindset, man. This is what we need. This is true. This is true. Players want to know the answers in game, please." If you have to go through outside sources to figure out answers for your game, that's a problem. It's not fun. Toby is such a goat, man. He needs to have, like, classes and teach all those AAA companies, like, what player actually wants.
I think the tree losing its leaves where the new ones grew was just a metaphor for Toriel losing her children over and over. Also, what do you think of the angel's heaven mentioned in Deltarune in light of Gerson revealing the underground's symbol? The Deltarune is meant to be the angel of mercy or death from the prophecy.
I don't remember that. I have to go and rewatch that snippet with the Gerson talk and then replay Deltarune, because again...
What are you talking about, Dip? Don't you know gamers all just love homework?
Majority of gamers prefer answers to be in-game. Don't count Five Nights at Freddy's. Actually, no, there's been a huge debate with Five Nights at Freddy fans. The community has been, like, tennis matching about the novels. There was huge debate about the novels has nothing to do with the story, but the novels basically give clues for theories, because they're slowly, like, you know, pouring them out. It's just like, hey, this thing is here, even though you don't see it yet, but it's getting added in later, just so you know. Oh, wink. I love Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
if it's outside the game itself, it's not really appropriate and also a waste of time. My other theory is that the Gaster card being removed symbolizes Gaster being removed from Undertale. I mean, it's kind of funny, don't you think? The Gaster card basically doesn't exist.
To mightism focuses. If I am not yet interested, I do not want to search for in-depth lore on the internet.
Reserved for mightism. True, it definitely depends on your level of interest if you want to go that far or not to do lore search.
Just like Gaster, who is a monster that doesn't exist. So maybe this was intentionally done by Toby to troll us just a little bit. And that was the fourth layer. The next layer is the final layer, the most obscure information about this game that almost nobody knows about. Let's go to the bottom of the iceberg.
The abyss.
Official comics. In Undertale's Kickstarter...
Actually diagnosed in case that joke didn't land. No, I get it. I play with a couple of, like, people that has autism, and there's, like, a preference in certain type of games that, like, really hits the tism, they said. I tried some of those games, and I'm just like, I can't. My ADHD don't let me. I don't enjoy doing this. And it's just, like, a lot of, like, mind-numbing, like, to me, it's just, like, too much organization and back and forth of some stuff. Like, it doesn't land well for me. Like, I just want to keep moving forward. Forever, like, changing something. I think that's why Stardew Valley doesn't hit for me. I don't know. I've tried playing Stardew Valley and it hasn't. I haven't gotten like drastically addicted to it. I've heard people spend hundreds of hours in Stardew Valley, but it just doesn't hit for me. As Real Dreamer. I also remember, I think also the first time I heard, like, I shouldn't say first time, but this one always just sticks with me about, like, the internet underestimates my autistic powers. or the power of autistic people or whatever. And I think it was with, like, this girl who tried to pretend that she was able to do a blind run fighting, like, this monster in Monster Hunter. Like, it became, like, a kind of, I don't want to say a big ordeal, but it had some attention for a while. And, like, the content creator said, like, oh, you poor soul, you're underestimating my autistic brothers. For we will dive and find the answers. And yeah, like, the community got together and was just like doing detective work on like why the blind run wasn't like legit and it was false and all these things and whatnot. It was really cool and impressive. Very, very cool and impressive. The blind a la Treon fight. Yeah, that one. Sorry I got sidetracked, guys. I'll focus on the Undertale now. Yo, Lupin! Thank you so much for the gifted tier sub, buddy. Thank you! Oh, woo, woo. Is it working? There we go.
Official comics. In Undertale's Kickstarter, the last stretch goal was Undertale, extra comics, and possibly another game. The second has happened, but not the first.
I'm sorry, for $45,000? As a goal? Oh my god. I feel like with as much money as he made from the Undertale game alone, I hope he just like just went through with it. I would totally read Undertale comics. Wow.
Comics and possibly another game. The second has happened, but not the first. Considering the Undertale Clock app, another Kickstarter stretch goal, was cancelled, it's possible this was the fate of the comics as well, as we have heard no mention of them since the Kickstarter. Gifttrot and Omega Flowey connection.
With how... I wish he went through with it! That makes me sad!
Let's compare Gifttrot and Omega Flowey for a second, and look at how weirdly similar they look. The mouth and placement of the eyes are the details that stand out, but the antlers can be seen as the arms, and even the weird sticker-looking detail on Gifttrot's forehead can be seen as the TV screen on Omega Flowey. The credits list Gifttrot's designer as Magnolia Porter, with Toby in parentheses with question marks. If Toby designed Omega...
Oh, there's a dog, I didn't even see that.
Magnolia Porter, with Toby in parentheses with question marks. If Toby designed Omega Flowey and asked Magnolia to design Gifttrot based on Omega Flowey, this would explain that weird crediting. However, this connection possibly runs a little deeper. Toby originally planned to foreshadow Omega Flowey even more in the final game. In Waterfall, Toby would have included a sprite named Beast Drawing on one of the walls. However, he cut this, saying that it didn't make sense. Reddit user Carabil Watar proposes a theory. Toby was going to heavily hint at the appearance of Omega Flowey throughout all of Undertale, starting in Snowdin and progressing more into Waterfall, but this idea was scrapped, and Gifttrot is the only remnants of this idea in the final game. Unused bridge seed
I don't know, feels like a stretch.
Behavior. There's unused code for the bridge seeds in Waterfall that triggers a text box to appear. I'll play the clip now as it kind of speaks for itself.
What?
Strange. Muscles.ogg. The file name for the track Sands is muscles.ogg. The track was discovered to have been made far before Undertale, as it was originally made for a Homestuck-related project in October of 2012, under the name muscles.mp3, but this project never happened. Bone Trestle and Heartache both planned for cancelled projects. In 2016, Toby tweeted out, "When I composed Bone Trestle and Heartache as the battle boss theme for a different game I was working on in 2012, I never expected this." Simple as that. Underbound 2. In an old thread on starman.net, Toby Fox jokingly replied on one of his friend's posts, saying he was making a sequel to an Earthbound ROM hack named Underbound, named Underbound 2. Neither of these ROM hacks exist. Little did anyone know, these screenshots were actually from an early version of Undertale. I'll read Toby's forum post for you now. Bump, because now that Coil Snake exists, I finally feel comfortable making Underbound 2, which is not only a direct sequel to the events in Underbound 1, but also a spiritual sequel to Freebound. I'm using a combination of HDMA and Mode 7 to increase the resolution of the SNES, though at the cost of the color palette. Here's some of the music, using some clever tricks to increase the audio quality, though as a result you'll need to expand your ROM to 256 megabytes. Flowey, a friendly flower. He will help you many times along your journey. Actually the reincarnation of Face from the original Underbound. We're gonna be best friends. Main character, young androgynous person who falls into the underground and must use the powers of love to save the world. Step cousin of Squeezo from the original Underbound. There's no magical planet healing music in the sequel, but something tragic happens to your mom at least. That's all for now. Stay tuned for updates. I'm programming the new battle system in CC script, and boy, things are way easier than they used to be. In the screenshots provided, there's a picture of a fight against two Froggets, or test monsters. The Act button was named Talk, Mercy was named Spare, and there's an additional button titled Spell, which was actually found in the game's files.
Ooh.
Frisk's walk cycle was shown off in a GIF, and their brown outline was originally black instead. And lastly, an early unfinished version of Enemy Approaching was posted alongside these images, which is a little different than the one found in the final game. Toby said he was making this game for the SNES, but this is obviously not true, and probably a joke knowing him. OBJ Sandsbox. In the demo for Undertale, the file name for the dimensional box is named OBJ Sandsbox. Is it possible that Sans and the dimensional box are related in some way? Considering Sans' ability to use shortcuts, this isn't entirely out of the question. Susie is Mad Dummy's daughter. There's not much to really support this theory other than very minor things. Clam Girl talks about her neighbor's daughter being named Susie. It could be assumed that Mad Dummy lives somewhere in Waterfall, so what if Mad Dummy was Clam Girl's neighbor? While it may initially seem weird that a dummy ghost could be related to a lizard, remember this is the same game where a fish and a lizard date, and it's possible a skeleton and a goat date, so anything is fucking possible. One last bit of evidence for this is that the eyes of Susie and Mad Dummy look similar, but honestly that's really it when it comes to this theory as far as I know. Undyne. Files in Undertale's demo suggest that Undyne's original name was spelled as Undyne instead. Not much else to really say about it. Papyrus's Cool Song full version. In the Undertale Kickstarter rewards video, Papyrus promises the viewer that if they donate $30 to the Kickstarter, they'll get the game soundtrack, and a song made by him called Papyrus's Cool Song. However, this never came to be, and anyone who donated $30 never got this track. There's a short preview within the video, and that has been recreated, but no full version has ever come out. Gaster followers' mistake motif. This is an old theory that refers to the living counterparts of the Gaster followers, and saying that each of them have made a massive mistake or many mistakes, which can parallel Gaster in his fatal mistake. Goner Kid's parallel is Monster Kid, who is a monster who trips over themselves a lot and nearly—
Wait. Let me try that again.
That refers to the living counterparts of the Gaster followers, and saying that each of them have made a massive mistake or many mistakes, which can parallel Gaster in his fatal mistake. Goner Kid's parallel is Monster Kid, who is a monster who trips over themselves a lot and nearly dies by slipping off a bridge. The donut guy bought too expensive of a donut from Muffet, and the orange guy forgot to make a reservation to eat in Mettaton's restaurant. The only follower that's a bit of a stretch is the striped bird character. They tell Chris to check out books on the second floor, but they're blocking the second floor. So their mistake is blocking the stairs? Plus, Clam Girl doesn't have that much of a mistake to note of, but still, I really, really like this theory. Level 20 True Pacifist. This refers to a strange glitch involving Mettaton. If you use the punch card exploit and move forward with it still open, the Mettaton fight will still occur. After you kill him and walk out of the room, you can use the punch card to teleport back to the original room, walk out, save, then fight him again. You can grind to level 20 and finish the True Pacifist route normally. Neither of them could fix the machine, no matter how hard they tried. In a now-deleted tweet, Toby Fox said this: "You've all seen the happiest outcome. Neither of them could fix the machine, no matter how hard they tried. No one can." It's theorized that the machine refers to the covered-up machine in Sans' lab, and them could refer to Sans and Papyrus, Sans and Alphys, or maybe even Sans and Gaster. Whatever the machine is, it can't be fixed by anyone, according to Toby. If it were to be fixed, it could possibly give an even happier outcome than what we see in the True Pacifist route. Maybe it could save Azriel, save Chara, or even bring Gaster back from non-existence? Sans Mii costume leaked, but nobody took it seriously. I couldn't find much information.
Wait, what? Oh.
Sans Mii costume leaked, but nobody took it seriously. I couldn't find much information about this outside of Chi Seatbelt's word, who is the creator of the iceberg, so I'm simply gonna repeat what he said about this entry. The story goes that Paragon, an admin for Discord server Forest Maze, heard some inside information about Smash, including that Sans would become a Mii costume. This led him to believe that Frisk would become a playable character. He told the members about his information, and they all said it was fake. Several other credible insiders also said they heard about Sans too, but didn't necessarily believe in it either. Xbox port. This entry is simply
Would have been cool if there were Sans. Would have been cool.
pointing out that Undertale has only come out.
The machine isn't broken, but Toby himself, the creator, said it's something that can't be fixed. I guess it doesn't need to be fixed. It was never broken. Ooh. No, wait, but didn't Sans say something that he was talking about, that he couldn't fix something, like he can't go back? He's tried, but he can't. During the genocide run.
Out on PC, Mac, Linux, PS4, PS Vita, and Nintendo Switch. How come there hasn't been an Xbox port yet? Ball on title screen. On Undertale's title screen, if you type ball, you get a short sound clip. And the sound clip's name is Mystery. Fitting. There is literally nothing else to say about this Easter egg other than how weird and specific it is. How did anyone even find this Easter egg? Flowey kills the evacuated monsters. This theory was proposed on one of Etika's streams of the genocide route. Rest in peace. The theory goes that Flowey helps the player in performing the genocide of the underground by picking off.
Sans is in Smash? He is? As a Mii costume. Ah. Neat.
Any monsters you don't kill and the monsters that try to escape. This theory doesn't have much proof behind it, but it's food for thought. Game Test 7. This is a supposed beta version of Undertale that has never been released to the public. What this beta version of the game could include is purely a mystery. Mount Ebot real life location.
Ooh.
Hey, if you got to this point in the video, let me just say thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. This video had a fuck ton of effort and research put into it, and if you liked it, please share it around with your friends and other people who you think will like it.
Yeah.
And if you want, look around the rest of my channel. This type of video is very different and not something I'm used to making, so if you don't like my other content, that's fine. I simply wanted to make a big video like this one about one of my favorite games ever. Look in the description to see a big doc of all the videos used in this video, along with some other sources.
Oh.
One last side note, if this video gets really popular and people want more, I might make a sequel video, as there's definitely more content hidden in this game.
More?
Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great tomorrow.
That's insane.
See you later.
All right, hold on. Let me get the link for this guy. Hold on. So this is Silent Chatter Box 52. If anybody wants to check his channel out. Hold on. Oh, sorry, there was a delay. There we go. Yeah, Silent Chatterbox 52. Amazing. I'm checking to see if he did do any more updates. Let's see. Three years ago, the Ultimate Undertale and Deltarune Iceberg Explained. Okay, I don't want to get too surprised because I do like the fact that I kind of don't remember what the hell I played in Deltarune. So if I get surprised again, that'd be great. Okay. Let's see. And then there was another video. How you doing, chat? That was pretty long. It's already midnight for the East Coasters. You guys doing okay? Y'all hanging in there? Okay, let's see. Give me like a second. I have the links on the side somewhere. That was pretty awesome.
Let's effing go. We are worldwide, baby. We Gucci.
Interesting how little Toby put in with, I shouldn't say how little, like not like little effort, but just how little info he put in about the whole Gaster situation. He seems like such an enigma or an anomaly or something. Like just, I don't know, a character that has so much questions and that we may never ever get answers for.
It's 7 minutes from midnight for Mo. I got no work tomorrow, no expectations in the morning.
Nice.
I can go all night. For me.
Okay, let's see. What else did I find? 10 Undertale secrets you don't know. Yeah, I was curious about that one. Ooh, and then, okay, hold on. Man, I have a list. Okay, all about Chara, the hidden protagonist of Undertale. Chara.
I wasn't sleeping anyway. Worth it.
Undertale is an amazing game that makes...
I mean, I feel like this is like pretty chill. Something like if I were you guys, I'd probably be just listening to it until I fall asleep because I definitely will not be screaming or yelling. At least I don't plan on it. All right.
I'm leveling professions on FF14 on the moon with the moon buns, so I'm not going anywhere.
Neat. who Gaster is and why that matters in Deltarune. Is it going to be spoilers for Deltarune? Because I don't want to get spoiled about Deltarune.
There's also who is Gaster and why he matters and what the internet did to Undertale left to watch. I went from writing lyrics to being enthralled by Undertale lore.
Technically, you already played Deltarune. I didn't finish it. Like, I did chapter 1 and 2, yes, Pacifist route. I never checked to see what the alternative was.
If I survived until 6 AM, then by God's name, I'll make it to 8 PM at least. What the internet did to Undertale is a must-watch.
Okay. We'll try to get through it. If we can't get through all of it, I mean, we can have another chat day watching Undertale stuff. I saw like a bunch of Undertale animation stuff too, so I definitely want to check that out. There was definitely a lot of hype with Undertale. Lore. More. Alright, here we go. Chara.
Undertale is an amazing game that makes you laugh and warms your heart. But it also holds a lot of secrets underneath its surface. You can easily play through the game without getting too deep into any of the secret lore, but once you start to look into it, there is a lot of small details that you can connect together for a full picture of the story. One aspect of Undertale has divided the fans since the beginning: the nature of the original fallen human. This human is commonly referred to as Kara or Chara, but I'll be using the pronunciation Kara since it resembles the word character. This name originates from the game itself. If you name your character Kara at the beginning of the game, you get a piece of text over it saying the true name. People have taken this to mean that Kara was the true name of the first child that fell into the underground. The same autumn when Undertale was first released, I made a small comic about my interpretation of Kara. If you're interested in seeing it, I still have the videos on my channel. For the sake of letting art speak for itself, I didn't really feel the need to explain every detail in the game that led me to create that comic. Well, here I am, over 6 years later, about to do just that. Since the release of the first chapter of Deltarune, the nature—
Oh, I don't want you guys to be spoiled if you haven't seen Deltarune. Hold on. Nope. Nope. Definitely don't want to see any Deltarune stuff. Okay. Next. What else I got? We can revisit that after Deltarune is done. Here we go. Undertale, Gaster secrets. Hopefully it's something new.
I have seen Deltarune. No spoilers for me here.
For you, yes, but remember, we are sharing
What is up, guys, and welcome to a special Undertale episode.
We have to be mindful of the community around us. It's okay. We can revisit that one after Deltarune. Anyways, about Gaster. This one's about 8 years old. Not too fresh. Let me see if there's any other Gaster secret. Something close.
There were a few videos posted in the Twitch Reacts channel if you want to look for other Undertale vids for the lols rather than lore.
Okay. Ow. I gotta stop biting my lips. Oy. Ow. Only 6 days away. I know! Less than a week. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hold on, let me check this one out. I'm trying to find videos that aren't too old, something a little bit more fresh and new in case. I'm trying to find videos that maybe you guys haven't seen.
Welcome to the Underground.
This one's not too long. This one's 5 years ago. I'm trying. This is the timeline, apparently. The complete Undertale timeline, Pacifist.
Welcome to the Underground. Hi, I'm Mario Bueno with the Leaderboard, and today we're going through the complete timeline of Toby Fox's Undertale. As most of you know, this game has many different outcomes and timelines, but today we'll be looking at the true Pacifist timeline. And this is your spoiler alert right now, because I am going...
A lot of Gaster stuff nowadays is incorporated in Deltarune stuff. 'Cause reasons. Oh, okay. I guess I'll find out in the Deltarune. At least I haven't been spoiled about that. Yay. I'm happy. I'm gonna avoid as much of Deltarune spoilers as possible. Like, I want that surprise. Maybe I saw it and I don't remember it. I don't know. So hyped for more Deltarune. Yeah, me too. How many people here have never played Deltarune or know about Deltarune? I'm just curious. Toby's giving me such a nice birthday gift with chapter 3 and 4. Oh, that's so cool. Happy early birthday. I've been watching your video for a while. Oh, hey. And I want to know if you would watch my show that I've been making. It's coming out in June. Is it short? Like an animated short or commentary? Interesting request. I can consider it. You can drop it in the Discord link. In the Discord channel, in the Discord. I can talk. Just joined. Hi, welcome. We just vibing tonight, keeping it chill. Giving my voice a break before tomorrow's monster date. Anyone's a Monster Prom fan? We're playing that tomorrow. That's gonna be tomorrow's stream. Monster Prom at the con, baby.
Going to cover literally everything that happens in the game. Also, I know there are a lot of good theories out there, but I'm gonna be sticking to things that are strictly canon.
Again, friendly reminder for anyone who's new jumping in, I will be, I'm planning to play Undertale Yellow Sunday, because I will be out for a wedding shower Saturdays. I'm so sorry. I wish it was on a Sunday and not on a Saturday. I'm so sorry.
Ever realized that Omega Flowey is Foy controlling the DT extraction machine from the True Lab? That is presumably how he gets power from the souls. Also, the Omega Flowey fight is a fight between all of Toriel's children when you think about it. Also, I never got a chance to congratulate you on beating Sans. Way to go, Dips.
Oh, thank you. That was such a fun fight. What does DT stand for again? DT extraction.
The peace before the war. In the beginning, monsters and humans live in peace with one another and everything is chill. Humans eventually grow weary of the monsters. They have good reason to, but they fear the potential power of a monster who has reaped a human soul. So naturally a war breaks out, like you do. The humans claim an easy victory and in an act of so-called mercy, lock the monsters away in the underground. They seal the monsters away with a magic spell, creating the barrier around Mount Ebott. Many years pass before the two races ever cross paths again. The Life and Death of Asriel. Asgore and Toriel Dreamer rule the monsters in the underground. Together they have a son named Asriel Dreamer. Everything is pretty okay until Asriel discovers an injured human child named Kara, who has fallen into the underground. Yep, that pre-game cutscene you see there actually shows Kara falling into the underground, not Frisk. Asriel decides to bring Kara to his home. Once there, Toriel and Asgore agree to adopt this lonely human.
That was a good twist. That was a really, really good twist.
DT equals determination. Also, sadly I missed your live beating of Sans. However, your sad reaction in the VOD make it completely worth it.
Nice. Determination.
Hope surges through the underground. Sometime after Asriel's birth, royal scientist Dr. W.D. Gaster creates the core, a source of magical electricity for the underground. After completing his invention, the scientist disappears. No one knows what happened to Dr. Gaster, but Alphys becomes the new royal scientist in his absence. Even though they found a new home, Kara doesn't exactly intend to stay in the underground. No, their goal is to harvest a monster soul so they can get vengeance on the humans in their village. We don't exactly know why Kara wants to attack humanity, but a need for revenge guides Kara's actions from here on out. One day, Kara and Asriel decide to make a pie for Asgore, but instead of using butter like the recipe calls for, they accidentally use buttercups, which turn out to be poisonous. Asgore becomes very ill, but eventually makes a full recovery. It's later implied that this was Kara's attempt at taking Asgore's soul. After Kara's possible failed murder attempt, they formulate a new plan to get their revenge, by poisoning themselves. The poison takes effect quickly. Kara tells Asriel that their dying wish is to see the golden flowers of their home village on the surface one last time. With that, Kara dies, and their soul is absorbed by Asriel. Now combined, Asriel and Kara share control over Asriel's body. Asriel carries out his siblings' final wish and takes their body to the surface to see the flowers.
Dude, that is some crazy manipulation, man. That is crazy. Poor baby. Poor Asriel.
Once more. Once he emerges, he comes face to face with a mob of furious humans. The humans take one look at Kara's body and immediately assume that Asriel killed them to take their soul. The humans attack, mortally wounding Asriel. In his last moments, Asriel flees back to the underground with Kara's body and dies. His body turns to dust and spreads across his father's garden in the capital, leaving only Kara's body behind. It's later implied that this too was another plot of Kara's, that their plan all along was to combine their soul with Asriel's, so they could use his body to attack the village. There's also some evidence that when the humans attacked, Kara tried to take control of Asriel's body to fight back, but because Asriel's will won, they fled. Outraged and heartbroken by the loss of his children, Asgore declares war on the humans once more, vowing to kill anyone who sets foot in the underground. And if humans were still foolish enough to venture into the underground, he would take their souls to break the barrier and wage war on the surface. Toriel is disgusted by this violent plan, so she leaves and takes Kara's body with her. Now alone in the ruins, Toriel gives Kara a proper burial. She vows to protect any human that falls into the underground from Asgore. After Asriel's death. In the years following Asriel's death, 6 humans fall into the underground and all 6 of them die. Asgore uses each of their souls to become extremely powerful. Someday he'll be strong enough to break the barrier, but not yet. In the meantime, some other notable events take place. While the light of the surface is still out of reach, the underground gets the next best thing. An extremely charismatic robot star. Alphys creates Metaton, and the robot soars to superstardom in the underground. The monster charismatic robot soar from their dark lives. After spending her childhood training with Asgore, a badass fish lady named Undyne is appointed the head of the Royal Guard. Around the same time, the Skeleton brothers, Sans and Papyrus, show up in Snowdin. Determination experiments. After losing 6 humans to the underground, the surface dwellers finally wise up and put some caution tape up or something because no other humans fall into the underground for a very long time. But Asgore still needs one more soul to break the barrier, and he's starting to get a little desperate. He tasks Alphys with finding some other means of breaking the barrier. Alphys follows blueprints from an unknown source that might be Gaster. She learns how to use the DT extraction machine to take the determination from human souls that Asgore has already reaped. First, Alphys attempts to unlock the power of a human soul.
So
she learns how to use...
This is Gaster's machine, not Alphys. Alphys didn't make this.
use the DT.
Dipper, are you reading? Yeah, when I get a chance to pause the video. I can read. We blinked out for a second over here on Twitch. Weird. Okay. Let me see. He blinked out of existence. No! I'm glad that y'all made it back.
The extraction machine.
Stream went offline for a moment, then restarted.
That's weird. Sorry that happened.
To take the determination from human souls that Asgore has already reaped. First, Alfie's attempts to unlock the power of a human soul by injecting determination into dying monsters' bodies. But the determination is too much for their bodies to handle, so the monsters melt together and form amalgamates.
I hated
it! The first
it.
experiment is a failure, but Alfie's has another idea. What would happen when a being without a soul gained the will to live? She's got a massive crush on Asgore, so to impress him, she decides her test subject will be the first golden flower that blooms in his garden. She executes the experiment, but it seems to be a failure as well. However, the flower disappears a few days later. In the wake of these failures, Alphys' anxiety skyrockets. She stops all of her experiments and vows never to speak of them again. The era of Flowey. Well, turns out that whole flower experiment wasn't a failure after all. See, Asriel wakes up in his father's garden, now in the form of, yes, a golden flower. He starts to cry.
Alphys created the ultimate weapon, a flower.
And Asgore finds him. Asgore is overjoyed to kind of have his son back. He comforts the flower and the two spend weeks and weeks together. Unfortunately, Asriel can't feel any love in his new form, but he's longing to feel something. So he leaves to search for his mother in the ruins. But even after finding Toriel, he still can't feel love. Sure, he's got this new flower form, but because he might not be able to...
Interesting that he can't feel love, but he can feel fear. So he can feel something.
Feel any emotions at all? Asriel figures he has no reason to live. He decides to end his life, but he can't go through with it. He's too terrified at the thought of what would happen to him after he dies if he had...
That's a feeling!
...has no soul. Through the strength of his determination, he gains the power to reset. From here on in, Asriel goes by Flowey. For those that don't know, saving, loading, and resetting are both game and story mechanics in Undertale. Basically only Flowey and then later Frisk have these abilities. Saving and loading work as you would think. If the player dies, they will return to the save point either automatically or by loading. Resetting brings the player back to where they first got the reset ability. To be clear, loading and resetting are not time travel. Some of the beings in the world will have foggy memories of the past, a kind of deja vu, but Flowey remembers everything. And so, Flowey resets the timeline thousands of times, doing everything he possibly can do in the underground. Eventually, he starts to kill monsters, pretty much out of boredom. Before long, Sans starts to catch on to all of Flowey's resets. So, Sans tries to put a stop to Flowey's killing rampages, and he actually succeeds a number of times. Unfortunately, the timeline just gets reset every time, so all of Sans' work is for nothing. The cycle continues. Sans becomes depressed. He can't see the point in trying to stop the violence, knowing that everything can be reset.
Through determination, he has the will to live, but everything else that doesn't help that is left behind, since he is just a flower with a bit of Asriel dust on him.
I feel bad for Sans. Like, he's aware that everything just gets reset. It's like a stalemate. I didn't know that Sans was able to defeat Flowey. I didn't know that was a thing.
Work is for nothing. The cycle continues. Sans becomes depressed. He can't see the point in trying to stop the violence, knowing that everything can be reset. Flowey eventually gets bored with the killing and just lets time keep moving without him. While time is moving forward, several important events take place. First off, Sans befriends Toriel through the ruins wall. She makes him promise to protect any humans that come from the ruins. Undyne, meanwhile, gets promoted to the head of Royal Guard. Her friend Papyrus really wants to join too. She tells him that to become a Royal Guard, he needs to capture a human, which is basically a wild goose chase at this point, since no humans have been seen in the underground in years. Soon after, Undyne and Alphys meet for the first time at the garbage dump. Alphys has been spending a lot of time there since giving up on her experiments. The shame of her failure makes her feel like garbage, so naturally the dump is sort of a safe place for her. I mean, geez, at least,
Sans
pick a
hinted
nice
that he could
restaurant or
defeat
something.
Flowey when he spoke to you before the final fight in the Pacifist run.
Really? I need to rewatch my playthrough. Not everything made it to this small brain. Fear is a primal reaction that all creatures, even the non-sentient ones, have. Love, happiness, and compassion require sentient. It requires a soul. Never thought of it that way. Interesting.
And you sit by yourself having a nice meal or something, that's just, oh god, that's so depressing. Around this time, Muffet starts her famous spider bake sale. And now, we finally get to Undertale. Okay, we finally arrived at the main events of the game. Frisk, the player character, falls into the underground and lands right on top of a bed of golden flowers, which also happens to be Kara's grave. They encounter a strange talking flower there. It's Flowey. Since Frisk is a human, they have much more determination than Flowey. On top of that, Frisk also has the powerful ability to save and reset. Threatened by this newcomer, Flowey tries to kill Frisk, but Toriel saves them at the last second. She leads Frisk through the ruins and teaches them how puzzles work in the—
Unaware that she just smacked her own son. Oh no. The Toriel ever knew? Oh wait, Flowey did say that he tried to go to his mother, but then felt nothing.
The underground. Frisk explores by themselves for a bit until their path is blocked by Napstablook, a sad ghost. Frisk manages to cheer them up. He's feeling so good that he shows Frisk his cool hat before clearing the path. Eventually, Frisk ends up at Toriel's home. Toriel assumes that Frisk will live with her forever. It's the only way for a human child to stay safe in the underground, after all. But Frisk insists on trying to find a way to escape to the surface.
Ness versus Frisk. I think Ness would win. You think Frisk would win?
Toriel guards the exit of the ruins and forces Frisk to fight her. Even though she uses her magic against the human, Toriel never actually hurts them. When she realizes she won't convince Frisk to stay, she stops fighting. Frisk can choose to kill or spare Toriel. But since this is the Pacifist timeline, they obviously spare her. Just as Frisk leaves the ruins, Flowey confronts them and antagonizes them. He says that even though Frisk managed to spare everyone for now, they won't be able to keep it up. And then he does that creepy laugh thing and disappears.
Yeah.
Snowden. After emerging from the ruins, Frisk meets Sans, and after a series of bad puns, they meet Papyrus as well. While trekking through all of Papyrus's traps and puzzles, Frisk meets and spares a number of monsters along the way, including Snowdrake, Icecap, Lesser Dog, and Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, you were something. Literally the tankiest Jerry I know. He took the hits, man. It would have been hilarious if he was a genocide boss. Would have been so funny. He's like gonna be that boss that isn't too hard, but he's just so tanky.
Frisk comes across Doggo and learns about special blue attacks. After petting the dog and freaking him out, Frisk pays a visit to the Nice Cream guy. It's the frozen treat that warms your heart. After getting past the doggy couple mini-boss, a few more puzzles, and an encounter with the Greater Dog, Frisk makes it into Snowden Town. Frisk can wander through the town to their heart's content. Eventually, they walk to the edge of town and come face to face with Papyrus in a dramatic snowstorm. Papyrus wants to be Frisk's friend and is about to offer his friendship, but he can't. He must capture the human so that he can pursue his dream to be part of the Royal Guard. Reluctantly, Papyrus and Frisk enter the second boss fight. If Frisk's health drops to 1 HP, Papyrus won't kill them. Instead, he'll announce that Frisk is now weak enough to capture. He takes them to the capture zone, which is just the garbage dump.
Oh my god!
Frisk easily escapes and attempts the fight with Papyrus again. After the battle goes on for a while, Papyrus decides to take pity on Frisk and spares them. The snow clears and Papyrus laments on how he can't even capture.
So I could have like saved my items and deliberately get hurt from Papyrus. He wouldn't have killed. I never thought about that. Papyrus is such a sweet. He's such a sweet bonehead. I never thought about that. That's so in character of him not to kill me. Wow.
Someone as weak as Frisk and how he has no friends. Aww. But once Frisk offers their friendship, Papyrus cheers up. Papyrus tells Frisk why the Royal Guard is trying to capture a human and then waits back at his house to go on a date with Frisk. He doesn't have to wait long because Frisk circles back and goes on a very silly date with Papyrus. It ends with them just being pals, but it was a real good time. And Frisk gets Papyrus's phone number before leaving town. Nice. Waterfall. Almost immediately after leaving Snowdin, Frisk can choose to go to Grillby's with Sans. After an ominous conversation with Sans, Frisk continues through the waterfall area. They overhear Papyrus telling Undyne that he didn't capture the human. Frustrated, Undyne says that she will take matters into her own hands. A monster.
This is literally the speed run of the story if nobody wants to play the game and be like, here, just watch this. This is literally the game. This is the game in 20 minutes.
Kid follows Frisk through the waterfall, and the kid's just dying to see Undyne. Yeah, see what you guys did there. After Undyne tries to confront Frisk a bunch of times, they fall into the trash zone. There they find discarded anime and battle Napstablook's cousin, the Mad Dummy. Then, Frisk goes to Napstablook's house and just—
Napstablook's cousin? Because he's a ghost. All ghosts are related, huh? Yeah, because I guess he's possessed the dummy. Oh, that's fun. That's funny.
and battle Napstablook's cousin, the Mad Dummy. Then, Frisk goes to Napstablook's house and just kind of vibes a bit. Frisk makes a pit stop in the Tem village before reaching the end of the waterfall area and squaring up with Undyne. Undyne pursues Frisk all the way to the Hotlands where she passes out from the heat, cause, you know, she's a fish lady, of course. Frisk takes a cup from a conveniently placed water cooler and dumps it on Undyne, reviving her. Undyne is so grateful that she invites Frisk back to her home, which just happens to be where Papyrus is waiting for Frisk. He thought it would be fun for the three of them to, you know, kind of hang out.
I love it!
Undyne gives all the details about her past with Asgore and why she can't let Papyrus into the Royal Guard. Then she accidentally burns the house down in an intense cooking lesson. Still probably went better than any meal I've ever tried to cook.
Looks like my Dino Nuggie incident. Did something explode?
Hotlands. Frisk leaves Undyne's flame-filled home and heads to the lab in the Hotlands where they meet with Alphys for the first time. She's awkward but nice and says that she's been watching Frisk since they left the ruins. And then suddenly, Mettaton breaks through the wall and forces Frisk into a dangerous game of trivia that Alphys helps Frisk cheat at. Frisk continues through the Hotlands where they guest star on a life-threatening cooking show. Haha, come on down. Play matchmaker for a pair of nights and defuse a bunch of bombs while reporting live for Mettaton's news broadcast. And after all that excitement, Frisk takes a break at the Spider Bake Sale and has to battle Muffet. You know, just because. Then Frisk makes it to the MTT Hotel and meets Bratty and Catty, as well as Burger Pants, who objectively has the best name ever. The core is right behind the hotel, and it's full of puzzles. But not to worry, Alphys talks Frisk through the whole thing. Finally, Frisk battles Mettaton
I still messed that up.
Mettaton EX after they flip the switch. The battle is being broadcast naturally, and its ratings are soaring. As Mettaton's body begins to fall apart, he announces that this will be his final show in the underground. He starts taking calls. Love and support from Napstablook and other fans pours in. Mettaton is so moved by their support and decides that he will stay in the underground after all. Then
you order Dino Nuggie cutouts and you're gonna make some Dino Nuggies? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely. Post those images in the food channel. We'd definitely like to see people's dino nuggies. I'll post mine soon as soon as I upload the video. It'll be the thumbnail.
His batteries die, and he passes out, ending the battle. But not to worry, Mettaton superfans, Alphys checks on him after the battle to make sure he's okay. At the exit of the core, Alphys reveals that a human soul isn't strong enough to return home. They'll also need a monster soul, so Frisk will have to kill Asgore, the capital. To get a true pacifist ending, the player must have at least one neutral ending first. So to keep things moving, I'm gonna condense the first neutral ending and then pick up from there.
Wait, what?
To get a true pacifist ending, the player must...
So did I not get the true pacifist? Neutral route, not befriending Papyrus, Undyne, and Alphys, killing any monsters, okay, but not all of them.
Have at least one neutral ending first. So to keep things moving, I'm gonna condense the first neutral ending and then pick up from there. After going through the capital, defeating Asgore, and sparing Photoshop Flowey, also known as Omega Flowey, the pesky flower pops back up and asks the player why they spared him. He tells the player that they could get a better ending if they go back and load their save file. Now on to the rest of the true pacifist ending.
Oh, okay.
Once Frisk loads the game, they end up outside of the doorway to the barrier. Frisk then heads back to befriend Dr. Alphys, as per Flowey's suggestion, and before heading to the lab, Frisk sees Undyne and Snowdin, and she asks Frisk to deliver a letter to Alphys for her. Turns out to be an unsigned love letter asking her out, and Alphys mistakenly believes that Frisk wrote it. And so Frisk goes on another date. Alphys decides to take them to the garbage dump. She and Undyne tend to go there a lot. Once Undyne shows up, she realizes that this whole thing was a mistake.
Chat, anime's real, right? Anime's real, right? The best part. I love Undyne's moment of shock here.
Alphys admits to Undyne that she's been lying to make herself sound cooler. Undyne doesn't care, she just likes hanging out with Alphys, and she wants to help Alphys learn to be happy with herself. So, she hires Papyrus to be her life coach. Despite all the help from friends, Alphys realizes that to be her best self, she has to face her mistakes.
Dipper is anime,
Frisk then
therefore
enters
anime
the
is
true
real.
lab. The true lab. There, Frisk comes face to face with the Amalgamates. Frisk also discovers tapes from the royal family's past and learns about the Buttercups incident as well as Kara's death. Alphys tells the whole truth about the determination experiments and decides that she is done hiding her past. She leaves Frisk to finally send the Amalgamates home. Once Frisk is back in the elevator, they get sent to Asgore's throne room to face him once more. The end. All the monsters in the underground come together to try to protect Frisk from Flowey, but he just takes all their souls before revealing his true identity, Asriel Dreamer. Frisk battles Asriel, who transforms into his god of hyperdeath form halfway through the fight. After dying over and over again only to be revived through the strength of their determination, Frisk begins to save their friends' souls from Asriel. Toriel, Sans, and the whole crew are forced to fight Frisk until they're able to help them remember who they
Let's
are.
all
Eventually,
take our meds and
Frisk
see if
saves
Dipper
all their
stops
friends' souls from
existing.
Asriel,
Lol.
but there's still one soul left to be saved, Asriel's. Frisk begins to see flashbacks from Asriel's
I
past
just
and his
saw your
relationship
tits
with
or
Kara.
ass poll
After
on
Frisk
YouTube.
tries
I'm
to
a
save
man
Asriel
myself.
over and over again, he finally relents.
To just randomly hear that out of the blue. That's kind of funny. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Souls from Asriel, Toriel, Sans, and the whole crew are forced to fight Frisk until they're able to help them remember who they are. Eventually, Frisk saves all their friends' souls from Asriel, but there's still one soul left to be saved, Asriel's. Frisk begins to see flashbacks from Asriel's past and his relationship with Kara. After Frisk tries to save Asriel over and over again, he finally relents, and the real Asriel appears before Frisk. With the crew's healed souls inside of him, Asriel is finally able to feel again. He apologizes for all of his evil deeds, explaining that he loved Kara so much that when he lost them, he also lost his way. He decides to release all of Frisk's friends, destroy the barrier, and give monsters and humans the chance to peacefully coexist again. Frisk forgives Asriel for what he's done and gives him a big hug. When Asriel is gone, Frisk wakes up surrounded by their friends. None of them remember what happened, but everyone is happy to be safe.
I'm wondering if anyone who's played the genocide route just has this walking guilt. Just kind of, you know, lingering there. I'm like watching all this wholesomeness of just like forgiveness and saving all your friends, and then I'm like thinking like, I freaking murdered all these characters ruthlessly. Why? To feel the challenge?
No guilt, only murder.
Once more, Frisk is given the option to go back through the underground and say their goodbyes before returning to the surface.
You should watch What the Internet Did to Undertale. Sure, we could definitely check that out.
If Frisk walks all the way back to the start in the ruins, they find Asriel on the bed of yellow flowers. After speaking with Asriel, Frisk returns to the barrier and leaves the underground with their friends by their side. As they all watch the sun rise, Asgore asks Frisk to be the human ambassador for the monsters. This will be the dawn of a new era of peace. One by one, all of Frisk's friends leave until Toriel is the only one left. Frisk can then choose to either
As
stay with
someone who
Toriel
did
or strike out
Geno,
on their
I
own.
feel no
After a quick
remorse
scene
and would
showing the
absolutely do it Oggion.
You feel no remorse? Really? Damn.
monster's new life.
The only one I don't really feel any remorse for are those bros that took all the ice cream. That really did upset me.
On the surface, the credits roll. Man, what an ending. Of course, that's just the ending if you choose to be nice. If you decide to go Captain Murder Pants and kill everything you see, well, there's a whole other timeline to explore there. So let us know if you want to see the genocide timeline as well. And make sure you subscribe to the leaderboard. From indie to AAA, we love the games you play. I've been your host, Mario Bueno. Thanks for watching.
Awesome. Alright, let's check that out. Hold on.
Congratulations, you are now on a watch list.
Why? For genocide?
Good night, Dips. Got work in a few hours, so gotta go eeps Dipper 20
Oh my god, it is. It's like 12:30 in the morning now. Wow. Okay, so imagine we'll see Burger Pants in Dark World in one of the later chapters in Deltarune. Ooh. I would love to watch and have Burger Pants. I can't remember if he's in it or not, honestly. Okay, let's see what the internet did. Hopefully this one's not too long. Oops. Hype train, let's go.
Hype train. All aboard.
Thank you. Okay, what the internet did to Undertale. And this is, oh my god, 40-minute video. Okay, we got this.
The pacifist ending is literally changed permanently to a horror ending where Chara takes over and kills everyone if you have done genocide before. BTW don't know if I said it, thanks for the stream less than.
Thank you guys.
We Gucci.
We Gucci.
It's only 10:30 p.m. where I'm at and worldwide.
I definitely need to change the thumbnail. I definitely need to change the thumbnail. Oh my god. You guys don't want to see the Matt Pat one, right? Of who is Gaster? Because the one we watched, the Iceberg one, just kind of already covered it. Gaster is a royal scientist. It's theorized that he might be the Bone Brothers' daddy or something. He definitely worked with Sans for sure. Sans got a machine. Okay, this will definitely be the last video for the night, though. Okay, last video for the night.
Gaster was pretty much already explained in that one video.
Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe I got.
I love that white blob on your head.
Thanks. Okay.
I'm out of whiskey crap.
Hold on. Maybe that just means you gotta chill on the whiskey, my dude. Okay.
Undertale is a tiny game released on the 15th of September 2015 and started life as a $5,000 Kickstarter. And it's here you can see its creator Toby Fox's bewildered...
Hold on.
Excuse me? White blob on her head? I'll have you know that my name is Slime Coon, the dapper dandy who controls this scuff dog. Gin a drink to that. My existence just was gone for like 2 hours.
Let's see. So 5,000 gold turned into 50,000. Holy smokes.
Kickstarter. And it's here you can see its creator Toby Fox's bewilderment as the budget soars to 10 times his initial ask, as well as little updates like Fox having to take time away from development to sit his...
Yo, Steamy, thank you so much, my dude. Thank you so much for the gifted, for the 5 gifted on Twitch. Yeah! Ow,
college
At
exams.
Steamy_C, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch.
And what I find interesting about these posts is you can see in them a person who had no idea what he was making or what it would become. And how could he? 5 years later, Undertale has become one of the most massive and bewildering forces on the internet. Seriously, I've done 2 videos like this, and exploring those fandoms, it felt like digging through a mine, but Undertale's was more like staring into a massive, yawning abyss, infinite and ever expanding. And And what I want to do today is look at how that happened, how the internet took this tiny little game and transformed it into one of the most loved and hated phenomenon online. And to do this, we need to start with Undertale itself. I'm guessing a lot of you know the deal with Undertale. You play as Frisk, a small child who has fallen into an underground kingdom of monsters, and from here you can treat them like you would in any other RPG and murder them, or become their friend. It's a cute idea, but in isolation, it wasn't that new or interesting in 2015. Games like Moon having very similar concepts but releasing 18 years earlier, with non-lethal runs in games being popular by this time. So why then is the simple choice of Undertale's battles a big deal? And I think there's two answers to that. The first...
Okay, hold on. The two answers to that. Engaging characters, definitely likable characters. Engaging storyline with some mystery dab into it. It just makes you feel good until it doesn't anymore, and it's your choice. There's a little bit of favorite freedom overall.
At Tommy Rule 34 enters the chat.
You actually do feel the consequences for your action. Hold on, but he said two. Okay, two. Fuck.
being its characters.
Yeah, I got it.
Undertale
Characters.
has great characters, and how much you agree with that is going to define how you feel about this game. Take a character like Undyne. Initially, she just seems like a human murdering machine, but spend time with her and you'll see that her more homicidal tendencies are just an expression of her loyalty to Asgore. That's how much her friendships mean to her. Whether it's knowing Papyrus isn't suited to combat and teaching him to cook instead, or appreciating Alphys's pathetic love of anime. She's someone who's able to see people for what they are rather than what they wish they were, and is able to love them for those reasons. And learning all this about a character who first seemed like a standard RPG boss is really endearing. But that same discovery exists for each major character of Undertale, whether it's Alfie's self-deprecating humor hiding an intense layer of guilt and self-loathing, Flowey's hateful, pathetic existence, or Mettaton's journey to transition into a body they can be themselves in. Despite the fact that a single playthrough of Undertale takes about 6 hours, you get a lot of these characters, and I think a reason for that is how subtly their personalities are communicated. Each character has a home that you can explore, full of all these little touches, like Papyrus's race car bed. As a side note, I really like the mirror in Toriel's home that just says, "It's you." What a cute little joke, and certainly not a prelude to any massive emotional. As well as each character having their own highly expressive theme music. Like take Asgore, the king of the monsters waiting for you at the end of the game, who you are constantly told is this super nice guy, but who has also murdered 6 human children, your soul being...
It's the mystery, the build-up, the anticipation. And then getting to see the rewards of your journey at the end. That's the good shit. I'm sorry, I need to bring up Final Fantasy VII one more time. But someone made a short saying that there's a huge difference between Final Fantasy VII, the original Sephiroth, and Final Fantasy VII Remake Sephiroth. Throughout your journey, actually, you know what? Let me show it to you. Hold on, let me find it. I'm sorry. Let me just cut this for a little bit before I forget. Give me like a second. Hold on.
Did I hear Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah.
I heard somebody in chat say that Cleric was the actual true canon.
Don't start with me.
Not to go on another tangent, but I love how expressive you are with your voice sometimes, Dipper. XD.
Oh, thank you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I found it. Okay, give me like a second. I know, I'm so sorry.
The true canon if Tifa and Slime. Dipper knows this from all the in-game moans when Tifa is with Slime Kun.
Anyways, hold on. Check this one out.
You know what they absolutely butchered in FF7 Rebirth? The Sephiroth flashback. In the original FF7, when you have that fight where Sephiroth's with you, Cloud does 14 damage per hit, and it's absolutely pitiful. Sephiroth, on the other hand, does 3,000 damage per hit, he always crits, then a huge dragon literally bites him in the face, and he takes 0 damage. He doesn't even have a flinch animation. And all this happens to his eerie, iconic theme with the church bells and the heartbeats. So right away, through gameplay alone, you learn that this guy is at an unreachable height above.
You felt that, right? When you played FF7 first before remake? There was just like this fear that you're gonna have to come across this guy at the end of the game because you've gotten like this this very, very strong first impression of him.
Above you. He is unbelievably strong. In Rebirth, however, they seem to forget all this. He does the same damage as Cloud, he takes damage, and he has a stagger animation. So he looks weak and underpowered. They replaced the giant dragon with 2 medium-sized frogs and a soundtrack that is so generic that you can't remember it off the top of your head, even if you try.
Do any of you guys remember the music that played for that fight? Because he has a point.
Every single element of this scene is done worse than the original, and the result is that Rebirth Sephiroth has none of the iconic mystery, none of the sense of danger, and none of this grand sense of awe surrounding his character, the way that the original was able to communicate. You know that
he couldn't have said it better myself. Actually, I probably couldn't verbally communicate what he was trying to say. But I feel like Undertale was doing just that with Asgore. The build up.
These expressive theme music, like take Asgore, the king of the monsters waiting for you at the end of the game, who you are
Hot
constantly
take played
told
3 hours
is
of
this
7 liters, never finished, never will come get me.
Oh, you don't have to play it if you don't like it. Look, if you don't like a game, don't play
They
it.
kinda flubbed FF7 remake. Dipper 20 sip.
There's pros and cons to the remake. I will say that.
the monsters waiting for you at the end of the game.
Dipper, who is your favorite
constantly
Final
told
Fantasy VII character and why is it Aeris? And just like with Sephiroth and Remake, they undercut all of Asgore's presence in the Pacifist ending where he gets disrespected for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah. A bit of an opposite direction, but yeah, it's just all I'm saying is that that Toby did an awesome build up for the characters that you have to fight.
is this super nice guy, but who has also murdered 6 human children, your soul being the 7th and final one he needs to break the barrier trapping his people underground. And his theme music, the reluctant but frantic Bergentrucken, captures that. It is the sound of a good person trying to convince himself to do something awful for what he believes is the greater good. And that same level of expression can be found everywhere in the underground, even in a lot of the really tiny little side characters. From Burger Pants, the nihilistic, vaguely unhinged fast food worker, to Muffet the Spider, who is about as adorable as you could make one of those abominable hell creatures, to Luke, the depressed ghost, who at one point asks you to lie on the ground with him and listen to trance music, and oh my god, I don't know that I've ever related to a fictional character this much. And it all comes together to create this world of memorable little creatures who have been forced underground by humans, yet have still managed to scrape together happiness in that. But there's this undercurrent of longing for something more, a desire to escape the underground for a better life under an open sky. And it's sad, but it's that contrast that gives the world of Undertale its beauty. The reason I make a big deal about this is if you don't care about these characters, if you don't believe in this world, then the choices offered by Undertale's battle system, they don't mean anything. But if you do, that's where the option to kill or spare these monsters starts to carry real emotional weight. But it would still all be for nothing if the game didn't react to your decisions in a meaningful way. And Undertale is extremely reactive to the player's actions, even in some really tiny idiosyncratic ways. Like Sans being able to tell that
you just feel more immersed in the game. The better you can immerse the player in the game, the more the players are going to feel an emotional attachment for the game.
You've reloaded your save file and are experiencing the same sequence again. But where this becomes a big deal is how Undertale reacts to your actions to shape the larger story. If you go through the entire game—
No, take all the snowman pieces! Take them all! Oh, question. If you do take all the snowman pieces in the pacifist route, would he be counted as dead? Or no? Could I have taken all of his, like, snow pieces and still get true pacifist? Because them heals were really good.
Your actions to shape the larger story. If you go through the entire game without killing a single monster, you'll go down the pacifist route, which means 0 level ups or stat increases, and it's difficult, but it's the only way to experience the full story of Asriel, Asgore, and Toriel's son, killed by humans and now transformed into the evil, emotionless flower that tried to take your soul at the beginning of the game.
He's definitely the villain that is, like, the tragic villain due to circumstances. Due to a real— I don't know whether to call Chara or Kara a real villain or not, because I feel like— why was Kara so motivated to do what they were doing? Like, was it simply just because they could? With a player mindset attitude?
Final battle with him, seeing you and all the monsters you've spared facing Asriel and making him see through pacifism that he still matters. He is still loved despite the terrible things he's done and all the hatred he feels, until finally Asriel loses the will to fight and in one final act of repentance shatters the barrier sealing the monsters underground, freeing them to pursue a new life on the surface. At the end of it, there's just a feeling that you did this. You showed these creatures a real kindness, not through any binary decision, but by consistently doing what you believed was right over what was easy. And the result is a ending that feels meaningful and responsive to your actions. A genuine statement of the power of love over violence. And fuck, I think that's kind of beautiful. But it's also here that things get really interesting. Go back to the title screen and you'll be met by Flowey, who warns you that there is one final threat to this world. You. You have given these characters the best possible life, and now you have the option to just walk away and let them be happy. Or you could reset the game and start again, ripping them from their ideal future. And what's interesting is he's not talking to Frisk the character, he's talking to you, the player. So why would you do this? Simple. Why do you do anything in any video game? To see what happens. And specifically, what happens.
We sound like a mad scientist. This is how mad scientists create villains. Did I do it for the greater good? No. I just did it because I wanted to see if I could. Yo, Mr. Melancholy, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Leywin, congratulations on getting that membership. Enjoy your emotes.
If you kill every single monster in the underground. This is what takes you down the no mercy route, or genocide as it's come to be known online. I'm gonna call it no mercy from here, because otherwise YouTube might think that this is a very different kind of video than it is. No mercy runs are grueling.
YouTube, please no ice. I mean no mercy. No mercy. Oh god. Oh god. Ah, chat. I hope I don't get cancelled.
You have to walk back and forth through each area, killing every single monster, and it can take hours. But it's like the entire time the game is asking you, is this really what you want? And as you do, the underground transforms into this haunting, empty place as the monsters flee from you, abandoning their home.
Becomes lifeless. Like a lot of games we play nowadays. I joke. But there are some games that do feel that way. You're just like, I feel nothing in this game.
And even leaving notes begging you not to hurt their family. It feels cruel, like you are some terrible, violent force in this world.
You are!
The major encounters of the game changing to reflect that, and none more so than your battle with Undyne, who, before the battle, is mortally wounded trying to save a child from you. And
this was
just
so cool!
Listen to the dialogue here. Deep, deep in my soul, there's a burning feeling I can't describe. A burning feeling that won't let me die. This isn't about monsters anymore, is it? If you get past me, you'll destroy them all, won't you? Monsters, humans, everyone. Everyone's hopes, everyone's dreams, vanquished in an instant. Right now, everyone in the world, I can feel their hearts beating as one, and we all have
you do it
one
because
goal
you can,
to defeat
and because you can. You have to. Don't worry, Dipper. YouTube is used to her murder boner showing on occasion.
Really? We're having a very epic, serious time right now on this Undyne the Undying moment.
Human, no, whatever you are, for the sake of the whole world, I, Undyne, will strike you down.
It was so cool! Most fans believe that Char was abused before coming to the underground. I can see that. Like, they're mad and someone did them wrong. They just hate humanity.
TTS was very delayed.
I love how this speech plants you as a villain about to battle the true hero of this story. But what's really interesting is that line, human, no, whatever you are. Because you're not human, not in this world. Humans cannot control time. Humans cannot come back from the dead over and over and over. You are not human. You're a being that exists outside this fictional reality. You are a person playing a video game. And that gives you massive power over this world and every character in it, illustrated by the battle that follows. Undyne is now dramatically more powerful and difficult than anything you faced before, but for as grueling as this fight is, it's not a fair one, because each time you die, you can just reset, respawning at the last save point, and with each new attempt, your muscle memory strengthens as you learn the patterns of her attacks, rendering them useless. You are growing. She is not. She can defeat you an infinite number of times and it doesn't matter. You just need to kill her once and it's over. You are not two equals engaging in a fair.
Damn. He's hitting the nail on the head with this one. It isn't fair to Undyne. It's like she's trying so far, almost to like go beyond her code to defend her home. This is amazing. It's like borderline, like fourth wall breaking. Borderline.
Contest. You are an actual person in the real world, using every advantage you have to defeat a fictional video game character. And this fight shows the inherent unfairness of that. And this isn't the only moment the game acknowledges this. Remember the moment where Sans knows you've reset your save file? This happens because each time you reload a save, that is canonical. It is the player manipulating the timeline of this world. Something that becomes even more apparent when later in a No Mercy run, Flowey tells you that he used to have the same power that you do. He used to have the ability to reset the timeline of this world. How he used it to do everything. He saved everyone, he killed everyone over and over until the people of this world to him became nothing but sets of numbers and lines of dialogue, like characters in a video game. And that power is what made Flowey so pathetic and cruel. But at this point, you're the same as he is. You've destroyed the lives of creatures much weaker than you are just to see what happens. And that realization is chilling. But this is the strength of Undertale. It presents you with a choice through its battles, gives that choice meaning through its world and characters, and consequence in how the game reacts to your decisions. And it uses that to reach out beyond the screen and form a real connection with you, the person holding the controller, and makes a direct statement on how you choose to engage with the lives of beings in an inherently weaker position than you are. And at its best, that's a powerful personal experience, and why I think people react to this game the way they do. And oh boy, do people react. The reason I spend so much time talking about the appeal of Undertale is that whether you love it or don't, it's important to understand that this is a game that elicits a lot of emotion in people. But this created a problem. Undertale was still a small indie game. You could see the...
Wait, what was the problem?
Created a problem. Undertale was still a small indie game. You could see the majority of its meaningful content in less than 20 hours, and from there, all that emotion had nowhere left to go. Take a character like Asriel. Go back to the beginning of the game after a Pacifist run, and there he is tending to the flowers. He will not go with you, and you cannot save him. He's resigned to stay alone in the ruins forever, slowly reverting back to the soulless version of himself. And that's it. That's the end of this character. And this is where Dreamer Reborn comes in, a fan comic that reimagines this scenario, where now Frisk shares their soul with Asriel, allowing him to join his family on the surface and start a new life. And if you want to know how hungry people were for this kind of content, Dreamer Reborn was uploaded just 8 days after Undertale's release.
Wow.
Dreamer Reborn went on to be massively popular, even resulting in its own fan game, and was a critical moment for what Undertale would become online, because it told fans, if you wanted more Undertale, you could create it yourself. This opened the door to a whole world of new fan content. Say you were super into a character like Alphys, who maybe has 20 to 30 minutes dialogue across the entire game total. Well, through fan content, she became infinite. Now you could watch her take cooking lessons with Undyne, you could explore the horror of her failed experiments, you could watch her get married, try on outfits, play video games, hell, you could even argue with her about anime in one of the many Undertale Ask blogs. People even creating elaborate animations like this short showing Alphys sinking into despair over the atrocities she's committed, and how her first meeting with Undyne began to change that. It's beautiful, but the thing is, this kind of fan content was now being made for every major character of the game, a sign of
Chat, we need to have a night watching all Undertale animations, please. This is amazing.
Just how quickly Undertale was spreading online. Through nothing more than fan passion, the game became a massively popular topic for video essays that would scrape at every tiny corner of the game, desperate to uncover new information for an increasingly ravenous fan base. The game even reached some of the most popular creators on the internet who would stream and let's play this niche indie RPG to audiences of millions, leading to massive influxes of new fans. And if you want to see the most explosive expression of that new popularity, you can find it in the Undertale
Any day watching
battle
fan animations of anything is a good day.
You can find it in the Undertale battle animations. No matter how dramatic the showdown,
There's just start their, I guess, their channel from being a hobby to a new full-time job.
with the god of hyperdeath. And I think that's what drives a lot of the artists behind these creations, a desire to recreate how these fights felt. And I'm guessing that's why the most popular by far...
So many college students making, like, Undertale animations. I was probably flooding the art department. Oh my god. Meanwhile, teacher just like, no anime. What's this?
Tip, Twitch went down again, but we are back.
Oh, weird. Oh no. Sorry. Refresh. I don't know what's happening, guys.
We live again.
You live again. Persevere. Stay determined, chat. Stay determined.
YouTube also froze for a bit as well.
Well, no, I paused the video. Oh, did it? No, F. Okay, it's back. Weird. Okay, I'll rewind a little bit. Somewhere around here.
Driven war with Metaton, the violent, desperate cruelty of a no mercy route Undyne, or the sheer tragic
We need to
beauty
replace
of
the
a
potatoes
pacifist
sooner than later.
Yes, my moderators are on top of it, and we are trying to work up a plan on how to get this whole thing rolling. There is a throne. If I can just find a computer, and then I will put the price of it on the throne, and then you can basically...
Yes, Dipper, we need to get you a new potato.
A new potato. I could put it into the throne list. It's kind of like a gift card in a way. And then I will use that that charitable gift that you guys have donoed for a new computer. I think someone sent me like Ironside, I think they're called Ironside PC. Yeah, I think just for the sake of keeping it easy and yeah, just for simplicity. I think I might do that. I'm just double checking.
Let's effing go. That potato has been in the microwave way too long and you never took off the aluminium foil.
Making fun of my computer, man. It's doing its best.
We all already talked about and just need to get a hold of you about your car insurance.
Oh, no.
We're back with the power of determination.
Hell yeah. Stay determined, chat.
Route Azrael, like the fucking stunning Telly LZ's Hopes and Dreams, capturing all the emotion, tragedy, and tenderness of the showdown with the god of hyperdeath. And I think that's
Knowing
what
the potato
drives
will
a lot of
finally
the
be
artists'
cooked as it deserves fills chat with determination.
Oh, the potato will finally be cooked as it deserves. No way! This computer has been super reliable. Phil's chat with determination.
behind these creations, a desire to recreate how these fights felt. And I'm guessing that's why the most popular by far is the battle with Sans.
Ooh,
Coming
creepy.
right at the end of a No Mercy run, this is where the game finally pushes back against the player. Sans, having watched you repeatedly destroy the lives of everyone he loves, now faces you in one final terrible fight.
It may be reliable for killing us in Helldivers, but seems like today it's struggling.
Hi, oh no. Gotta make that remark, huh?
Quote unquote super reliable. This potato can barely run Undertale, don't even get us started on Helldivers.
Listen, the Helldivers finally updated after 4 hours, okay? The update's done. It got there. Slowly but surely, it got there. I'm ready to save Super Earth.
Sans even taking control of the timeline and forcing the player to be the victim of saves and resets. And what these
Oh, I never considered that he was also messing around with the timeline, but it's just not that
Can't
powerful.
blame the potato for that. That's just Dipper having terrible aim, and throwing, and timing. After 4 hours the potato finally started to warm up. It updated, so now it probably runs even slower.
No!
Animations do is capture all that violence, all that emotion, and express it in a way that was never possible in the original game. The crazy part isn't even how many of these animations there are or their sheer quality, but their insane popularity. I want you to take a look at this animation on screen now, and I want you to try and guess how many views you think this has. Okay, hold that number. Did you guess as high as 4 million views? Well, if you did, you drastically underestimated because it's actually 60 million views. And this is not an anomaly with Undertale fan animations. 22 million views, 66 million views, 95 million views.
Holy shit! People were making bank drawing animations of Sans and Frisk fight. Holy smokes!
I would wager that with view counts this high, these animations were likely how a lot of people actually discovered Undertale, meaning at a point, the Undertale fandom became self-perpetuating, fanworks creating new fans who would in turn create new fanworks, and you could see this new level of popularity being expressed in some really insane ways. An entire music scene built up around Undertale fan remixes. People were programming their own Undertale fan games. Kenny Omega even main evented Wrestle Kingdom 13 to Undertale entrance music. I swear to God, this is a big deal. And within the fandom itself, every tiny corner of the game was now being mined for fan content. You remember those little side characters we mentioned earlier? Each of them now had their own massive fan following. Each tiny strand of Undertale was being filtered through 1,000 different lenses, resulting in legions of fan art, fan comics, fan fiction, plushes, stage productions, live action films, cooking videos, body pillows, porn! Which, yes, I am going to talk about because I refuse to be silenced on this platform! Resulting in a profound sexual awakening, the likes of which I never thought I'd experience. My point here is that from the little carrier burden waterfall to the bench quiche, each tiny strand of Undertale was being magnified 1,000-fold and given new life online. And if you want to see how minute this gets, look no further than WD Gaster. If a fictional character could win an award for appearing in a piece of media the least, but inspiring the most fan content, Gaster would win that award. His existence is only suggested in a handful of easily missable moments throughout the game. The Royal Scientist before Alphys, your odds of actually encountering him are tiny, dependent on a randomly assigned number at the start of your game from 1 to 100. And if that number happens to be 66, a mysterious grey room appears 10% of the time,
10%!
which may contain a character sprite commonly believed to be Gaster.
Did I say 10%? In your face, chat! In your face, I was right! Wow, and you all said 1%. Streamer luck strikes again.
Time, which may contain a character sprite commonly believed to be Gaster, meaning he only appears in roughly 1 out of 1,000 playthroughs, and yet he is a massively popular character in the fandom, appearing in innumerable fan comics, fan fiction, a fully playable boss battle, as well as fan animations.
10% in a 1 in a 100 roll is less than 10%.
I'm just listening to what this guy said. So there's a fan Gaster fight. How do I do that? I want to do the fan Gaster fight. Is it free?
Fiction, a fully playable boss battle, as well as fan animations, the most popular of which has 45 million views. He's barely in the fucking game! And if it's starting to make sense why I call Undertale's fandom an abyss... Oh buddy, we're just getting started. On October 17th, 2015, Tumblr user Underfella uploaded a drawing of Toriel, but rather than the kindly goat mother you encounter at the start of the game, this was a creepy distortion of that character.
Why?
And something about it resonated with people, so much so that Underfella began to reimagine each character of Undertale in this more sinister light. These images running rampant throughout fan communities, with people now creating their own fan works of this fan work, creating a collective online world of thousands of people envisioning what this new, darker reality of Undertale would be like. And this was the birth of Underfell, one of the first massively popular Undertale alternate universes, or AUs. I have legit seen full-blown AAA games with lesser followings than Underfell, to the point that it's difficult for me to even convey how massive it is, so I'm going to be using a very specific example. This is what happens when I type Underfell Remix into YouTube, and just look at all the results. These are all soundtracks for a game that does not exist. Except it kind of does. There are multiple fully developed Underfell fan games, along with all the...
Should I do it? Should I play Underfell? If I can figure out how to play it, should I play it? Oh, we're now entering AU territories. It looks like we are, man.
The other weird shit you'd expect from any property with a massive fan following. All this dark, edgy shit, I love it, but I think the appeal is deeper than that. Undertale was at a point where every tiny part of it had been memified 1,000
Only if
times
we can
over.
get Undertale Dipper as well.
You want me to make an Underfell Dipper fan art? I can try. Underfell for Halloween? Will you guys still be around for that long? I feel like I don't want to lose your attention. Kind of want to like strike while the oven's hot.
Every tiny part of it had been memified
Or can
1,000
just
times
change your
over.
color palette, lol.
Back to red and black again? To Nurse Dipper? I guess I can bring back Nurse Dipper.
And so the only option left was to break these characters free from that canonical limitation. And so, like a remix of a song you love, Underfell let fans re-experience them all over again, and in doing so, making them personal, specific, and limitless. Oh, and if you're wondering why I referred to Underfell as one of the big Undertale AUs, well,
How
Underswap
many?
came into existence when a piece of fan art from Tumblr user Popcorn Prince swapped the personalities of Sans and Papyrus. Sans, now the overenthusiastic human hunting goof, and Papyrus, the laid-back older brother who knows more than he should. Just like Underfell, the idea picked up a massive amount of momentum among the Undertale fan community, with Popcorn Prince creating similar swapped personas for each character in Undertale. Undyne became the royal scientist, Alfie's the head of the guard, you get the idea. However, whereas Underfell imagines a dangerous, more violent Undertale, Underswap is kind of the opposite. Often depicted as a softer, more peaceful reality that tends to focus more on slice-of-life style stories. And like Underfell, it is huge. A DeviantArt Underswap search yields 37,000 results. That same remix test from earlier, that works for Underswap too. There is a massive...
Do you think with the release of Deltarune coming out in less than a week, it's going to bring a resurgence to Undertale? The Undertale fan communities? You know, the rise of images and fan work? And are we going to see a new wave?
Community still producing content to this day, and it's just crazy to me that there could be two massively popular Undertale AU. Horror Tale began life as a DeviantArt webcomic that reimagined the world and characters of Undertale as horrific nightmare versions.
It never slowed down? You sure about that?
Of themselves. Went on to gain a massive fan following with fan games, fan art, and a hugely popular creepy version of Sans with his head cracked open. Dust Tale is a Korean Ask blog in which Sans, emotionally destroyed from experiencing repeated genocide runs, murders the monsters of the undergrounds to level himself up to finally take down the human and end the infinite looping genocide. It also has a massive fan following with a hugely popular version of Sans. It's kind of like Undertale crossed with Berserk. Outer Tale.
Crazy Sans? No! That's a scary AU.
Is an Undertale AU set in space. It also has a massively popular fan following. Oh, okay, that's the last Undertale AU. Fellswap is an Underfell Underswap combination alternate universe set during the 20th century Cold War, in which the characters of Underfell swap personalities as they do in Underswap. Not to be confused with Swapfell, which is a different thing, where the characters of Underswap become fellified versions of their swapped selves, and technically this version of Fellswap is Fellswap Gold, which is a different thing from Fellswap Red or Fellswap Emerald. And this is the point where my mind started to break and I started to feel like there was no bottom to this community. There are hundreds of Undertale AUs and many with their own massively popular fan communities. I have been researching this stuff for weeks and I have no idea what the fuck Disbelief Papyrus is. How does this video have 20 million views? A lot of these universes even have different pacifist, neutral, and genocide timelines. I googled genocide underswap papyrus just to see if that was a thing, and not only is it, someone had done a full genocide underswap papyrus boss battle twice. The rate at which this stuff hits the internet and mutates is staggering. Like, take Fresh Sans, another massively popular Sans AU character, but then one day someone was like, what if Fresh Sans existed in Underfell, leading to Unfresh Sans, which in turn led to someone being like, what if Unfresh Sans was a person, leading to human Unfresh Sans? This is a fan character of a fan character of a fan character of an original creation. At some point, these fan characters even got really weird and meta, like Error Sans, who I actually think is pretty rad, who travels from alternate universe to alternate universe, wiping out different Undertale AUs, whose counterpart is Ink Sans, who helps and encourages fan creators in making their own Undertale.
Error Sans, I need to destroy all the AUs. This is too much.
Wiping out different Undertale AUs, whose counterpart is Ink Sans, who helps and encourages fan creators in making their own Undertale universes. These are also both massively popular fan characters with their own communities. And if you want to get really insane, what if everything we just talked about, what if it all existed in one massive meta universe?
What?
Underverse is a multi-hour-long animated web series that combines all the different Undertale AUs into one gargantuan meta storyline, featuring popular fandom characters like Core Frisk, Underswap Papyrus, Ink Sans, Error Sans, Fresh Sans, Fell Sans, Nightmare, Dream, Cross Sans. That last one being the Sans of the Crossverse, the prequel series to Underverse that focuses on the story of Frisk and Kara, two brothers who have to watch their own universe repeatedly reset by Cross Gaster as he tries over and over to recreate his own Undertale AU. This is an alternate universe about making alternate universes. And you want to know the absolutely fucking crazy part? It's good! The art style is beautiful, the character designs are really sharp and expressive. Look.
Guys, we're definitely having more Undertale chat nights. Oh my god, we are watching this another night. We're gonna be watching more. Save the day for Cross. Alternate universe Undertale. Holy shit.
Look at how cute Alvi's looks in her
Well,
dress.
we know what we're watching later.
And another chat night, yeah.
Looks in her suit. Muffet.
Look, listen, if I'm able to get back early enough for at least a 9 p.m. stream on Saturday, we should just go ahead and start digging and watching these animations for like a little bit.
The numbers, Dipper. The numbers of AUs keeping going up.
It's almost infinite.
And it's class. But I think the really genius thing about this series is that just as Undertale acknowledges it is a video game and uses that to tell its story, Crossverse acknowledges it is a piece of fan fiction and does the same.
Undertale's
it tries to imagine
the paperclip problem, ever growing, ever expanding.
I bet Toby is so effing thrilled for how much of an influence he made. Like, literally worldwide for years. This man's gonna go down in the history books of video gaming, without a doubt. He didn't just make a good game. He basically, like...
Nah, he got scared.
He got scared? No, there's no way.
It is a video game and uses that to tell its story. Crossverse acknowledges it is a piece of fan fiction and does the same. It tries to imagine what it would be like for these characters existing in AUs, trapped in universes where at any...
I'm kind of hoping that this is like a wrapped up story. I'll be kind of sad to know that it's ongoing still by the time I, reach and watch this thing and it's still not done. And then I'm just like, oh, cool. Now I have to wait like everyone else for the next episode. If it's episodic. It sounds like it's episodic.
moment, your timeline could be reset, Frisk and Kara being the only ones to retain memories of their previous timelines, having to repeatedly watch their family, friends, and lives, all of it pulled back to zero and starting again, with the character writing strong enough to support that concept. And yeah, look, it is insane. You have to know an obscene amount about Undertale and its different AUs to just understand what's happening, but if you can get past all the weird abstract lore and world building, it's actually really good. Oh my god.
He went under, he didn't just go under, man. This guy went through the void of Undertale. He went through the black hole of Undertale, like, goddamn.
I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan. I have become everything I once hated. Oh well. And yet as obtuse and inaccessible as this series is, that...
You can't deny what you like in the end, right? As long as you can openly admit it. No shame.
Is a barrier that millions of people have crossed. Underverse
2020? Oh god. I kind of want to see what's the latest, like, 2024. I'm not gonna say 25, 25. Well, actually, we're almost literally halfway through the year. That's insane. I'm curious what Undertale thing got uploaded and is in the millions right now.
That is a barrier that millions of people have crossed. Underverse spawning its own fan art, parodies, analysis videos, and it isn't even the most popular multi-hour long Undertale AU animation on YouTube.
No?
That would be the shockingly well animated battle-heavy Glitch Tale, the remake of the first episode having 20 million
Where does Winnie the Pooh
views.
fit into the
After you
FF7
stare at
canon,
this
and
stuff-
why does he believe that Clerith is the true option?
Anyways.
Long enough, something really weird starts to happen. You start to view the original Undertale as just one small part of everything Undertale has become online. And I have to wonder...
It's like the seed. It's a seed, this idea that's been planted, and now it's like growing and it's branching out. Wow. It really grew.
What is that like for Toby Fox? I've done 2 videos on gigantic online fandoms, but the difference is that one was a massive multi-million-dollar IP designed to disrupt the global games industry, and the other was a primetime TV show created by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Undertale was a $5,000 Kickstarter from a guy who liked Earthbound. And imagine all that attention on just you. And it was not all positive. Undertale fans were now everywhere, flooding every message board and social media feed, and they were going to make themselves heard. Just 2 months after Undertale's release, it was voted the best game of all time in a 2015 GameFAQs poll, beating out many titles that had for years defined what games were, and this was the beginning of a massive backlash from the wider gaming audience, with Undertale cringe compilations and other videos ridiculing the game and the people who loved it. And not helping were the reports of bullying and harassment from within the fandom itself. YouTuber Markiplier infamously cancelling his Let's Play after just 2 episodes. So negative was the backlash to his No Mercy run, with other bizarre incidents like one that took place at a Taiwanese...
Is that true? Markiplier couldn't play Undertale because of fans? Well, I guess I shouldn't call them fans. Because of bullies? That is stupid. It's just a game. That's insane. That is insane that he had that many people in his community that supposedly support him just went out of their way to bully him not to play the game. Or was it just the mercy run? Just the no mercy run? They didn't want him to play the genocide route. He got annoyed with people telling him how he should play. Oh, the backseating? It's called Don't Look at Chat. Wait. Does he live stream? He normally just uploads videos. They were very against him going no mercy right away. Ooh. I know of an Hungarian voice acting clubs centered around the voice. Oh, voicing Undertale and Undertale adjacent stuff. Oh, that's neat. He makes videos, so he checks the comments.
Back at that time there were a lot of fans that believed you could only play Undertale in one way. If you did anything other than that you were wrong and needed to be corrected.
Oh, God. That's controlling. He should just go ahead and put up with the people who get upset. You guys tell me how to game, and I can either choose to ignore you or not. Just I do it tons in Persona. I know I pissed off some people because I'm not playing the way that you want me to. In the end, it's my choice.
He was doing the genocide route for his first playthrough.
Oh.
It was true for years. People actually died over this.
What? How? People were getting like parasocial with Undertale or something like that? Base Dipper? Well, I mean, in the end, I'm literally letting you guys, you know, come visit my house, but you're not gonna tell me, like, how to live in my own home. Think of it that way. You can make suggestions. You're more than welcome to make suggestions. In the end, I choose how I want to, enjoy my experience with these games. You have the game, play it the way you want. It's that simple.
People were getting the DX and SWT words for not playing how people wanted.
The Oh, crap, they threaten people that hard. That's insane. Like, need to go to the insane asylum if it's to that degree. That's not normal. I'm gonna say it. That is not normal behavior. That's literally reaching on psycho behavior.
Not only threats, actions were made.
Wow. Go touch grass. Wow.
You know what happens when teenagers confuse games and fiction with reality. They judge others over it, they send threats over it, they don't realize how little it matters compared to a real person's life. Someone was actually murdered over playing Genocide.
That's tragic. Oh my god. Hello, Dipper. Hi, hello. 2015 was toxic. Was a toxic year. Okay, I can see how Toby would probably get uncomfortable to that degree of what is it called? Radical fandomism. Is that a word?
The Undertale fandom was infamous for years for all the wrong reasons.
It's just radical people. I'll tell you this right now. No one likes someone who's radical about anything. It's too extreme. It's way too extreme to be a radical in anything. Except maybe sports. Go outside, take care of yourself, make sure you do the coolest game possible. In a good self-care balance kind of way still. I've heard how some of the most how the best players' lifestyle is, and it's to me it's pretty radical. But
Teresa small article on Markilpar's wiki explaining what happened, and it looks like he did a second playthrough a year later after the initial backlash.
Okay.
Sports. A war was started over soccer. Not even a joke.
Ah, God, there's no winning. Jeez. Radical fans. But not the sports player, right? I don't think. I think I'm pretty radical. I eat pizza and still wear TMNT t-shirts and sunglasses. Extremism, then. You get two sides of the same coin.
We also stopped the war to play soccer on Christmas. So sports can be beneficial. Not to mention crazed baseball fans that burn down their city, win or lose.
What? The outside world is scary. Jeez. Undertale saved you from depression? Awesome. I'm glad that, well, not the depression part, but it's awesome that there was something out there that like relieves you from that dark moment to a happier place. Yeah, the whole Undertale fandom had some positive negatives, as most things in life. All right, let's go ahead and wrap it up. It is getting late for the night. My apologies, guys. I didn't mean to keep you up this late.
Convention
Awesome that you had
in
depression.
which a popular
Really
fan
love that
artist
for
was
you.
injured.
Dipper 2025.
I did not say that.
It was called the Football War or the 100-hour war over a sports game with a military invasion. In conclusion, humans are insane.
You're starting to sound like those
Dip,
Twitter folks.
You should look up the story of Christmas truce during World War I.
Taking me out of context.
It was a truly beautiful moment.
Christmas truce during World War I. Oh, okay, maybe. I did have a good time watching the fat electrician talking about war stuff. That was those. He did some really cool stories.
After she was given a cookie with a needle baked into it. You're gonna find stories like this.
Wait, what? I don't know if I want to listen to this. I'm scared.
Run with other bizarre incidents, like one that took place at a Taiwanese convention in which a popular fan artist was injured after she was given a cookie with a needle baked into it. You're gonna find
I hope all these insane people are being thrown in jail or something. That's too crazy.
stories like this from any community that grows large enough. But this was the level that this niche indie RPG had now reached. And if you want an idea of how intense that might have been, both the creators of Underfell and Underswap deleted their original blogs. And just imagine what it's like when even the people making things from the thing you...
Hold on. Just a question, why the blog got deleted to not showing the creator? The blog got deleted because during the time the group who had helped me were facing enormous anxiety towards the blog, and it was stressful to deal with the amount of people who had given backlash not only to us but to those who innocently and peacefully enjoyed the AU that was created. I decided to shut the blog down for their sake and my sake. Because they wanted to express their love for the game in a creative and unique way? And people freaking out about it?
Imagine what it's like when even the people making things from the thing you made are unable to withstand that massive online feedback. In the years that follow, Fox would become notoriously shy to interviews and public appearances, speaking about his experience in his blog post, Retrospective on Undertale's popularity.
Hold on. Surprisingly, there are many people who like this type of game, though I did work hard. There's definitely a lot of luck involved in having a game become this popular, so it wouldn't surprise me if I never made a game as successful again. Oh god. That's fine with me, though. Not only did I not expect this level of popularity, but initially I was afraid of it. I didn't want Undertale to become tiring for people or become spoiled before anyone even got a chance to play it. Early on, this was probably excessive. I even tried to contact certain Let's Players to tell them not to make any content about it. Oh. But the game became very popular, unavoidable even. At the height of its popularity, not liking the game felt like a cardinal sin to many fans online. In reaction to these circumstances, others began actively hate the game. Did they hate the game, or did they hate the fans who basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Bullied them. I think it's not the game that they hate. It's the bullying that triggered it, which it's the same for me to a certain extent. I can't 100% like a certain game due to certain experience related to fans saying certain things at me. So to me, I just have like a negative relationship with a certain game than I do in a positive light. And it's not the game's fault. It's because the experience that is entangled in it due to fans. So I get it, and it's a shame. It's a shame that it's under those circumstances. But yeah, it's just like others began to actively hate the game. It's not really the game. It's just not liking the fact that this negative experience is tied to the game. Basically, it's just like that game now triggers a bad memory. Like a thunderclap to a small dog, all of this attention stressed me out, and every time it seemed to die down, something revived it, such as the Game Facts contest, the award show, bizarre theory videos, and so on. At times, I wish I had a way to quell the attention. I felt a strange powerlessness and guilt for feeling stressed when the success of the game...
lost the game.
And guilt for feeling stressed when the success of the game should be something I'm nothing but ecstatic about. Wow. Heavy.
Not only did I not expect this level of popularity, but initially I was afraid of it. I even tried to contact certain Let's Players to tell them not to make any content about it. Like a thunderclap to a small dog, all this attention stressed me out. I wished I had a way to quell the attention. I felt a strange powerlessness. But the line that really chills me from Fox is when he gave in a 2017 interview with Edge magazine, where he stated, "My life has changed permanently and will never change back. And I gotta say,
Wow.
I get that. Undertale is...
It will never change back. It's so chilling because that's like playing the genocide route and then you try to go back to playing Pacifist and it's just not the same anymore. Wow.
is a teeny tiny little game that released on the 15th of September 2015. And at the time, I was making my first YouTube video. That's right, this whole video has just been a prelude for me to get weird and personal, and you're too far in to stop watching now.
You're right, I'm in too deep. We might as well finish it together, buddy.
Lot lately. See, I've been doing this for...
Oh, I didn't even pay attention to, like, I don't even know who this is. Super Eyepatch Wolf. Yo, he's about to make...
a lot lately.
He's about to hit 1 million subscribers. That's awesome.
See, I've been doing this for 5 years, and somehow in that time, what to me has always been this small personal YouTube channel has grown to nearly 1 million subscribers, which is something I find equally exciting and horrifying. I love you guys, I really do, but you also terrify me. I love this job, but it changes you. You see your own identity, your own concept of who you are, filtered through 1,000 different lenses, and it is impossible not to get lost in that, to the point that...
Yeah, chat. Remember, I'm a Manny Pixie girl. I'm a pick-me girl. Let me just, as I keep growing, because that is my intention, I want to keep growing, please always keep in mind to not, like...
At the end of the day, Dipper is just a manic pixie dream dog.
At the end of the day, Dipper's just Dipper, man. Well, Dipper is a furry little Papillon dog. The real Dipper is, at least. I stole his identity. I'm a thief. Literally identity theft Dipper. But yeah, at some point, there's probably going to be more garbage going out there. Maybe. I don't know. If it happens. I say,
we named the dog Indiana.
I say, like everything else in life, news information, go to the source. Don't be swayed and like just believe whatever stupid shit you see on Twitter. Like, God forbid. All those like crazy out of context false accusations that I see online that was made to certain content creators, even friendly, like friends I've made content creators, I'm just like, that was like undeserving hate comments just because I'm assuming under jealousy or they're being stupid, like they misheard something. It is insane. Oh, so yeah, just doesn't even have to be to me, but for like anybody, like just try to always get the source from the person's mouth, or if you actually have like hard, clear-cut evidence to determine your own conclusion.
Don't worry, I don't think Dipper Jr. would do anything to retaliate for stealing his name and YouTube channel for yourself.
Look, with what's going on with Dipper, I'm sure he's happy to having his treats. You guys help with me, like, you know, getting his treats and getting him to the vet and things like that.
When I think back to the person who made that first video, I don't know.
Will this be a VOD, or will you guys, for some reason, delete it for stupid exclusive content? Stupid exclusive content. It's either one or the other. Definitely can't be copyright problems or something like that. You know, something that might endanger my channel in the future. For God knows, I don't know. I'm almost feeling spiteful to make this membership only for that, but I won't. Let me see how this plays out and what YouTube decides. It is out of my hands if YouTube decides to just go ahead and block this thing themselves. I only have so much control.
That I am them anymore. And that's
The reason you thought the Fandom was dead is because we calmed down, became less violent, because Undertale is still well and alive, but less loud, ashamed of what people have done in the past. I'm assuming that those toxic people got called out, got massively called out for their bullying and toxicity. They must have. I mean, I don't know how it would go any other way.
It's scary, but that's what the internet does. It takes things and
he's handsome, good-looking guy.
Changes them. I'm not trying to compare the moderate success of this channel to that of Undertale's. There is no comparison, and I know this isn't relatable content. Oh no, I have too many fans on the internet. I get it.
I can see how. Hey, look, it's Usopp.
But I have to believe the emotion behind it is.
Yeah, I can see how it's more massively scary for people who have like personal information that's reached out. That's people who got doxxed. I can't imagine it being any more scary than that. People who dox others are massive assholes. Like, holy shit.
Is universal. The feeling of looking back 5 years ago and asking, wow, what happened to that person?
Unfortunately, a lot of the laws at the time didn't allow for the proper persecution. A lot of the people responsible for awful things just got away with it. But they set the groundwork for people in the future to prosecute them.
Okay, well, at least there's that. Crazy. At least in the US. Oh.
And I think that's why it hits so hard when right at the end of Undertale, you walk up to that mirror and it says, despite everything, it's still you. That no matter how much you change or your world changes around you, through all the beautiful and terrifying things that will happen, there will always be some part that is undeniably, infinitely you. And that is fucking beautiful. Undertale is a game that creates a lot of emotion, and all the internet did was give that emotion a conduit, letting it spread across countless fan art, let's plays, Twitch streams, and innumerable other pieces of fan media. And Undertale's still the same game it was 5 years ago. It's still a tiny indie RPG. It's just also one of the biggest games on the planet. The internet, social media, and fan culture.
A life-changing game, practically. That's a huge deal.
Have just evolved to the point that both those things can be true at the same time. A duality that even 10 years ago wouldn't have been possible. And that comes with a lot of weird stuff. But it also means people across the world get to experience things they never otherwise would have. And with Undertale, and hell, this too, I'm really glad that that happened.
Wow. That was...
Friends, thank you for joining me today. I really hope you had
really
a good time with this
good.
one. If you did and want to help me create more like it, you could do so over at patreon.com/super Eyepatchwolf, where for a...
I like that this whole Undertale scenario is going to introduce me to a bunch of creators I have never discovered before. I am going to subscribe to this guy. He's really good at storytelling. And people who are able to storytell, I am so full of like, it's not envy, but it's just like, and it's not inspired. I'm not inspired either because I can't write for shit. It's, I don't know what word I'm looking for. Maybe awestruck? Amazed? I feel like there's another word I'm looking for, but it's just like... I'm not super articulate, but I'm just like wowed by the talent. I'm wowed for people's like well thought out storytelling skills. Admiration. I think admiration is the word I'm looking for. Super Eyepatch Wolf is good. He's been around for a bit. He must have. He's almost hitting 1 million. Hell, that was a 4-year-old video. He's probably in the millions now.
A single dollar, you can join me for our Discord anime watch parties, video diaries for each video, and see your name with these beautiful people right here. Special thank you this week to Tate Fancher, Winks, Poopy Face, Time for Thomas, Serena Rahal, Faye Sadler, and the 29th Taco.
I shouldn't be laughing at such a stupid little thing. I'm sorry. I don't mean like calling them stupid, but it's just like me laughing because I heard poopy face. It's such an immature thing. I'm calling myself being stupid for laughing at that.
As ever, you can find me hosting the Let's Fight a Boss video game podcast or on Twitter at Eyepatchwolf. Friends, take care of yourselves.
Dipper still has the humor of a grade schooler.
Yeah, I do. I do. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, hell. He's at 1.8 million subscribers.
This is such an incredible video that really touches the poopy face. Dipper proceeds to die.
Is that how I got cut off? I was like rambling and then I just like randomly inserted poopy face in the sentence. I'm sorry. I feel like I just ruined an emotional moment. It's like if someone was at a funeral and then I had to hear the funniest like name ever. Like, I don't know. His name is just like... I'm trying to think of a dumb, funny name, but I can't. I don't know. Mr. Farts. And I just burst out laughing. I'm sure people will be like, you're sick to be laughing at a funeral. Like, I'm sorry.
It's that easy to make her laugh. Pee pee poo pooinas and dookie scoots.
No, please, no. No. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be known as that. Put it under the carpet, guys. All right, this never happened. Anyways,
See more butts.
Damn it. Stop it. All right. Anyways, I'm glad that YouTube hasn't blacked out. If again, I'll see how it turns out. YouTube's gonna have to decide what's going on. If it ends up getting blocked, it's out of my control, my dudes. It is out of my control. Don't get mad. But yeah, it's poopy face. All right, I need to get my shit together. Oh god, okay, here we go. Anyways, let's keep going down this
butthole.
Let's keep going down the Undertale rabbit hole. In a healthy manner, please. We'll be checking out Undertale Yellow on Sunday. We'll be checking out Undertale Animations another night. Just wait for me to schedule it. and so on and so on until we reach a Deltarune deadline, you know, when it gets release date, deadline. In the meantime, we could feel like, you know, have a fuck it, why not moment while you still are here supporting Undertale stuff. I could try some other fan games, that I saw in the video, if I can figure out how to get them working. So yeah, I'm rambling now. It is officially 2 o'clock in the morning. You all need to effing sleep and get ready for work or school. Oh my god. If you have school, go to effing bed. This was a peak stream. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad I was able to chance.
Before we go, always remember Poopy Face.
God damn it. Anyways, I'm super ecstatic that I was able to get through a YouTube chatty reaction stream again. I've been nervous doing that again because it's been a while, because I wasn't sure how YouTube was gonna react. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and work on the thumbnail so that way it's not incorrect anymore. Give me like 10 minutes to fix it. 10 to 15 minutes to fix it. Don't at me in the comment section below, okay? Sleep, I hardly know her. Ah,
Dipper
jeez,
shall
guys.
never forget Poopy Face even if she forgets the rest of the stream.
Oh, ha 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 ha. Anyways, fun news. Shout out to the YouTube viewers. We have broken 100. Twitch, what happened? You're only in the 70s. I'm gonna be as toxic as Rini. I had, you know, more expectation than this. What's going on? Nah, don't. I just wanted to mess with you. I'm sorry, I'm laughing way too loud. I need to shut up. Shit, it's loud.
I'm on both. I'm fudging the numbers.
You're fudging the numbers? Awesome. Thank you for fudging the numbers. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're mom's favorite. Oh, hey, so good news. My mom made empanadas tonight, and I video recorded some of it. So I'm hoping to kind of have the short uploaded on YouTube if you guys want to try and attempt my mother's empanadas. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of bland. I don't know what she did that's different.
Recipe?
I'm gonna be uploading it. I don't know. My mom is a hit and miss when she makes empanadas. It's a hit and miss. So kind of smudge the ingredients a little bit more. But you'll basically have like the base of it. Oh my god. Alright. Let's go ahead and rate somebody. Twitch, you can just like hang out.
So you video recorded your mom's cooking just to try and make people think you can cook. I see how it is.
Okay, I did not say that. Someone has to record. And I recorded her while she was making the empanadas. It's just a hand cam, just so you know. So you'll be seeing how it's folded and done, and you know how you need to roll it and all the other shenanigans. It's not perfect, but you know. It is what it is. I'm not a cooking channel. Reminder, I am not a cooking channel. Slowly becomes a cooking channel. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Who to raid for a little bit? Let's go and hang out with...
We know you're not a cooking channel that requires being able to cook. Stay tuned for Dipper's next cooking stream, coming soon.
Coming soon, yes, that is true. Coming soon.
We are slowly going to turn you into barefoot housewife material.
What? Barefoot housewife material? What do you mean? What does that mean? Also, let me double check. Onigiri is on, so let me see if I got the right name.
We'll hear from you when you'll burn your house down.
Please, I don't want to burn my house down. Oh, okay. It is just Onigiri. I just want to double check that was the right name. Okay. She's cooking? I think.
I'm not a cooking channel, says the girl whose channel icon is in a chef's hat.
That's supposed to be theory cooking. That's theory cooking. But you are right. That is very misleading. I should probably reconsider that. Oops. I should probably change my icon. But it's so cool looking. I don't wanna. Well, too bad, so sad. Anyways. Twitch, you're about to raid if she allows it. Let me see. Nope, does not allow raids. Damn, I don't know why. Okay, then, I'll just send you over to Toma.
A likely story.
What is up with the whole no raid thing? That doesn't make any sense. Toma. There we go. Sending you over to Toma. She's just chatting and vibing. So, here's the cooldown, guys. Here is the cooldown. There was a couple of horror games I spotted too that I kind of want to play. That looks tolerably
Dipper cooks
horror.
anything, food, games, chat, her house, etc.
Uh-huh. This is gonna be a good time for you guys to raid. Oh, lol, chat, you're going somewhere. Goodbye. Have a good night. Don't forget to follow or subscribe on both YouTube and Twitch. Much appreciated. Good night. Oh, phew. YouTube. I kindly got rid of the young child that called Twitch. Oh my god. Alright, now that it's Adult Swim hour, what do you guys want to do? Hang out and vibe for a bit? I joke, I joke. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Let's go ahead and enjoy more Undertale, Toby Fox, stuff in the future. I look forward to it. And I hope you guys do. And I do also want to play Slay the Princess again, because there's a bunch of other endings I haven't unlocked, so that's been lingering on my mind for God knows how long. So there is that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I will see you guys tomorrow for Monster Prom. We're gonna date some monsters at a con, baby. Let's go! For those of you who don't know, that is the latest Monster Prom game. It literally just came out last month, so yeah, maybe this will make you guys consider getting the game or not. I don't know, or you can just vibe. Either or, I'm totally cool with that. We'll follow on Twitch too. Awesome, thank you. Sometimes there's not a lot of there are going to be some moments where I only just do reaction on Twitch too. So yeah, best to do both if you're able to, if you want to. All right. I will see you all later. Have a good night. Have a beautiful, wonderful night and sweet dreams, okay?